Hello, Calling All Heroes. Welcome to the Challengers Cup for the Calling All Heroes tournament. And not only is this just a tournament, Moxie, well, first of all, hello, how are you doing? And second of all, welcome everybody to the stream. We have an exciting matchup today. We have 3 exciting matchups today between a bunch of different teams, Moxie. A lot of diversity going on today. Are you excited to watch? Maybe this is going to be some of the first time we're actually going to see some Kiriko gameplay as well.
I mean, I'm really excited. We got to see a couple of teams yesterday. They were indeed attempting to run that Kiriko with a little bit of varied results coming on through. A lot of the time, sometimes it's a little bit hard to get the full value of the kit, especially with how new that she is. So some of those teams really not wanting to really try risking running her and instead favoring things like that Anna and that Lucio. But I'm super excited. I'm super comfortable too, because it's an American tournament and I'm a European caster. So we're settling in for the long haul, but I would honestly not want to spend tonight any other place because I am so excited for exactly how this tournament is going to be panning out, as we can have a little look at the format to see what exactly the Calling All Heroes initiative actually is. So we have day 1 and day 2 is running on the Swiss stage, where both of it are first to 2. And then the top 16 teams are going to be able to advance to playoffs, which is going to be a first to 3 single elimination. So we're going to move away from the Swiss stage and we're going to go straight into the single eliminations, Dustin. And that means that there's going to be no place for any of these teams to be able to hide.
That's intimidating. I mean, that's competition at its finest. Is once you get to the single elimination playoff bracket, it's going to be scary, right? I mean, this first qualifier stage, which anybody can sign up for, it really allows these teams to make it to that playoffs back in December. So if you win in this week, or in this weekend rather, for the actual tournament, that will set you up long term, because that's all the way in December. You'll have some time off to recoup, to maybe learn new heroes. And like we mentioned before, Moxie, everything is changing consistently with this game. And that's a great part about Overwatch 2 specifically, is they're doing patches like crazy. So characters like Sojourn, like Genji, a lot of these characters are being changed consistently. And with especially the new maps that have come into the game as well, we've seen so many new things come through and so much time you'll have to learn said maps. But now, Moxie, in this tournament, you're going to have some new maps like, help me here, Moxie, please save me with the push map. Esperanza, right? Esperanza? Esperanza? Yeah, well, yeah.
Do you know what? Shall we go back to Busan, Ilios, Lijiang, Nepal Oasis? Please. Because that is indeed going to be control coming up for us, and it is the usual suspects of those control maps. I'm a big fan of Busan. I know a lot of teams really do like to favor Busan. Lijiang Tower used to be like the golden child of control maps, where everyone just adored it because of how versatile you could be in terms of the compositions that you were able to run. But personally, for me, Busan has sort of taken that place, especially if some teams don't really want to lean into that Pharah, because we're seeing, as we move from Overwatch 1 over to Overwatch 2, a significant absence of shielding, which means crossing the bridge on Lijiang Garden becomes about 100% more dangerous.
Oh, yeah.
Especially with the fact that Pharah's concussive now has 2 different interactions in terms of actually when it knocks those enemies back. Right, so you have a little bit more of a significant lockback if it's actually a direct concussive hit, as opposed to that splash damage coming on through. In fact, it's something like 1.5 meters difference in terms of how far you get shoved back.
And speaking about maps, Moxie, with Paraíso specifically is a map that a lot of teams have been playing in the Path to Pro as well, in which this tournament is running alongside that. So it's a lot of teams that a lot of players, you've said before, Moxie, coming into these matchups that we've seen before, right? A lot of these players are contenders level talent, and there are some incredibly high level talented players, GM 5+ players in this tournament that you have to watch out for. And I would think that a lot of these teams, a lot of these players are going to want to play maps like Paraíso, because it's kind of strange, right? That map has been a favorite for a lot of these teams over maps like King's Row. Why do you think that is, Moxie? Why would these teams choose a completely new map as their new favorite hybrid map?
Well, Paraíso is a really weird one in terms of how you actually play it. One, it's incredibly defensive favored. So if you're able to really pull off that full hold, it can be very easy to just use it as a sort of way of leapfrogging your way through with very little time as well spent. So if you're in those long days where you're playing those games, exertion doesn't really become that much of a risk. But as well, Paraiso is very good in terms of the compositions that you can bring in with in terms of what is viable, because you have obviously point A, which is very easy to control with the chokes, but then you move into streets phase, and that has a lot of concentration towards the high ground. So sometimes we can even see something like the Diva on that tank role being viable. However, it's not going to be the first map that we get to see. And I mean, it's really interesting as well that you talked about the fact that there are some contenders level players here. We have to talk about the standings coming into this day, because we've already got the first day over with, right? We've already had a
Right.
little bit of a petri dish of seeing how exactly these teams are reacting with each other, so we can have a look at what teams are really going to be in that favored position to be able to hit those playoff positions. And I think for me, there are two main standouts, and that is Altiora Artemis and Shikigami. Shikigami, because they have a lot of players who are actually pulled straight from the Overwatch Empowerment Cup, which was a very
Mm.
similar initiative that ran in February of last year. A lot of their players are actually from Umphy Aimers who took that first position. And then we move over to Altiora Artemis. And this is a team that's absolutely stacked. This is a team that has players that both of us recognize, Dustin, because
Yeah.
not only do they have major links to the contenders scene, a lot of their players are actually straight out of Cryx's team. So we're having some really strong players. HQ Broke is an absolute nuts Genji. And
Yeah.
in a Genji really diverse meta, where there is a significant lack of CC, Genji becomes extremely viable. There's very little you can do to actually counter him. And something that we're actually seeing Artemis experiment with, because we saw them yesterday, is that Kiriko. And they were running fights just with a Kitsune Rush, and they would win only using a rush.
Yeah.
There was one fight that they had an Icon Vault yesterday where they used one ult, which was the rush, and HK walked away with 4 kills in a matter of under 10 seconds. It was
It's
absolutely ridiculous.
It's unbelievable. I mean, specifically today with the matchups that are going to be going on, I'm very curious to see who can really take advantage of, like you said, that Kitsune Rush. That really has been a fight-winning ultimate, and specifically versus Altiora Polaris and Shikigami. Who do you think takes the edge in this matchup, Moxie? I mean, you already mentioned some of these players on Shikigami have been incredibly talented individuals that have been known across the scene to perform well on their individual heroes. But Altiora, they are an absolute conglomerate in this scene. They have multiple teams in this tournament alone. And as we take a look at the rosters, Moxie, I mean, who do you think takes the edge, like I mentioned, between these two teams?
Well, first of all, Altiora Polaris are going to be the first team that we get to see up close and personal. And I'm really excited because we might actually get to see, these heroes are not locked in. These are just when we ask the players what hero they wanted to have as their quote unquote favorite. I'm hoping that we get to see the Reinhardt. I'm not sure that we're going to get to see the Reinhardt, because in terms of the tank meta at the moment, Zarya really just sits above absolutely everything, barring perhaps the Winston. And then we have like Orisa having a lot of really good composition and synergy as well, with a lot of other heroes who are really nice. Doomfist has his niche positions. If you really just want to play something like that backline crunch and just make sure that you can go for that full dive, Doomfist does have his uses. The problem with Reinhardt is that if you run the Reinhardt similar to Overwatch 1, it kind of forces your hands into picking that Lucio. But as we can see, MixV does like to run that Lucio, so we could potentially get to see this composition. However, going from how I think these teams are going to interact with overall, my favorite has to be Shikigami. They have so many players who already have naturally built synergy, because this is a roster that have had players that have been together for a really long time, right? Bogglingly, Megatron, and Shush all played for Umphy Aimers, and Spiro actually played against them. Spiro used to play for Sempiternal, who got second in the Empowerment Cup. So they saw how good Spiro did, and they were like, do you know what? We're just gonna grab her and slot her into this composition. And I think having that naturally built synergy in just this meta, where you really want to, if you're running that Kiriko, stack together, because it's really tempting to sort of split your forces and make sure that as the Kiriko, you have a lot of options to be able to use that swift step. Make sure you have a lot of movement and that you can't be pinned down easily. But in terms of things like that Suzu, with that really punishing cooldown, the more stacked your composition is, the more players are going to get hit by that Suzu and receive its protection.
Well, Moxie, that's what I've always talked about. I've always told people this when they're looking for lineups. I always get the question when people ask, hey, Dustin, how do I find you know, an Overwatch team? How do I get and move up the ranks? Well, in the Spearo's case, like you mentioned, just on the second best team, just gets immediately picked up by one of the best teams in this entire tournament, right? I mean, it's just a smart decision to actually just go from roster to roster to continually move, right? It's a lot of networking, it's a lot of moving around, and that's kind of how you know, progress the ranks, I suppose, in terms of moving from team to team in Overwatch.
Yeah, and I mean, that's actually something that this initiative is really pushing. We have the teams that have signed up together as teams, and then we also have the solo agent players, and I think 15 of the 32 teams that we actually have competing were teams that had solo players signed up and were placed together, but we can immediately see Shikigami and Altiora Polaris not fighting on the point itself, but just fighting at the moment for control of that side lane. Both teams coming out of the Zarya, so no one going to be trying to go for that Fever and forced to swap off, as Terra does get taken down for Polaris, and this should be Shikigami setting up on point without that pushing power of the Zarya. They just don't really have the challenging potential to try and stay in this fight.
Yeah, Spearo trades him back, but Dox gets Megatron. And Spearo with another kill onto Dax onto the point, but here is Quiet above the point, actually contesting the point and giving the overall control to Shikigami, as Bogglingly just kind of been snowballing into the front line, absolutely rolling in terms of the ult charge build, has the highest in the game with 62%, while Terra unfortunately got ran over by them in that previous fight.
And that's honestly the terrifying thing for Polaris at the moment. They have to break through choke. The Zarya has absolutely no charge, having died and having to build it back up. And Bogglingly is already almost to that Graviton, and Mixby just is not anywhere near the sound barrier.
Yeah, Spearo has to drop back to this backside. Bogglingly goes low, but has the heals in the corner from that Kariko, but she's being ran down. Unfortunately, Zarya will fall to Sheep, but on the other side, KJ does get the other soldier on the other side, and in fact Terra onto the point makes this a competitive one, as well as Lucio is sure to fall here on that point to make it maybe 45% as the point flips in favor of Altiora Polaris.
Yeah, Kidristy coming in on that Sojourn, just on that flank, entirely unexpected, and ramping in with that railgun does so much to allow Altiora to actually position themselves in that fight in the front line, so that Terra is going to be able to match Graviton for Graviton to Bogglingly. This is massive. They built themselves up a little bit of a respite. Unfortunately, they still don't have the sound barrier. Being grabbed up like this, they have absolutely no way of the support potential to bail themselves out of the damage.
Oh my gosh, the beat drop was just canceled there. The Graviton was even committed towards that fight as well. Luckily for Altiora Polaris, they still have that blade in the Kariko ult coming into the next fight as well with the Sojourn ultimate too. Whereas Shikigami on the other side, Moxie, they only have the blade and the Sojourn ult, and those don't really combine too well.
Yeah, the problem for them is that they're going to be heading into a Kitsune Rush, and they don't really have anything to try and circumvent it, as opposed to Altiora, who can come in with that rush and set Sheep up to come in for that blade.
Here comes that blade on the other side of the backside. Sheep does get Megatron. Can they find more? Does get Bogglingly as well, as Mixby gets Spearo. It's a clean team wipe for Altiora Polaris with this recontest. It worked out quite well off the back of that Kariko ultimate and blade.
Yeah, it is just two ultimates being invested, punishing the fact that Shikigami in that Graviton, securing that fight win and wanting to take control of that choke and delay Altiora Polaris from actually being able to push onto that fight even longer. Committed so many ultimates that they just had absolutely nothing when that Rush and Blade combination came through. And now the worrying thing for Shikigami is that they have the overclock, yes, but Altiora Polaris have all of the space to be able to pull away to make sure that they don't get hit by it. As Neo's Kiss goes down immediately to a well-timed dash from Sheep.
The overclock from KJ gets one more. Quiet falls as well, as they're going to back up here towards the backside. And off that overclock, right, that's the most intimidating part. I've been playing a lot of DPS recently in ranked, Moxie, and the most intimidating part as a Sojourn is when you and the other Sojourn are the only people in the entire lobby with an ultimate, because you have to win those duels with that overclock.
Yeah, the thing for Shikigami, though, is that Bogglingly on that Zarya has put so much damage that they're about to hit another Graviton, and Altiora Polaris, because these fights have been over in the absolute blink of an eye, have not had time to passively build up to that sound barrier. So it is really going to be about Shikigami following through that Graviton damage, because they don't have an ultimate to layer on top of it, but if they have that railgun app charged up, they should have all of the damage they need to get the kills.
Here's Kiss with the early pick on the KJ on the backside. The grab comes out as well, and there's no support here, as you mentioned. The beat drop was not able to be built, unfortunately, for Mixby at 83%. Terra does trade back Spearo, but this Genji is the last on the point, and they're just going to delay and make sure they get 99% as the point flips once more. But they save the Graviton Surge, Moxie. Altiora Polaris will have it coming to this next fight.
Yeah, and it's going to be the same situation that Shikigami actually were able to take advantage of. A Graviton is going to come through, and you don't have any real support utility, as opposed to actually having something like that sign barrier to make sure that you're able to survive it. The thing for Quiet now is trying to just race to hit that sign barrier before Altiora feel comfortable using the Graviton, but they're not going to wait for the Lucio, they're going to use it off the back.
There's the follow through. Here it comes. The blade finally hits down with the Kitsune Rush. It's going to swing like crazy, but New Year's Kiss trades back down. Sheeps goes low towards the point. Overtime ticks down. The point is actually flipped towards Altiora Polaris, who have that beat drop as well. Quiet. They get off their beat drop too, so Shikigami's still in this fight as Bongli's coming back on Wrecking Ball, but New Year's Kiss, and off the back, the Sparrow with the blade finds Terra, finds Mixed-V. Sheep falls to New Year's Kiss as well, and off of one overclock in the blade, Shikigami traded back once more to get one round in this best out of 3 map.
Oh, you can see the power of Kitsune Rush. You can use it aggressively to really set yourself up to come in for those kills, or you can use it defensively. Take advantage of the fact that when you sit in that rush, you get 60% faster cooldowns. So if you're stuck in that Graviton, yes, you're not negating the damage, but you're constantly getting those Zarya bubbles regen. You're constantly getting that deflect regen as well. So for Altiora Polaris, they don't actually have anything when Shikigami get caught in that Graviton to get the kills fast enough that Shikigami can just sustain through. And unfortunately for Polaris, it was very much about winning that fight before Shikigami were able to come in with ultimates after them. As we head over towards Village, are we going to see any composition change up? No one's actually opting for the main. Both teams going to be sticking with that Zarya just because of the amount of damage that she outputs on that frontline stat.
Right. Yeah, you kind of have to lock these compositions continually to make sure you get as much synergy per map as possible, but it looks like off of the rip, Altiora Polaris are the ones with the advantage here as Bogglingly gets the full charge. They're going to have to fall back at this point, but Altiora Polaris, they're still in this. KJ trades back New Year's Kiss, who got the Lucio, so that should be a trade in favor of Altiora Polaris, but Sparrow, it does not want to make sure they lose this fight as KJ is still up with the railgun, but unfortunately doesn't find the connection here as Kariko does fall to Quiet as well. Terra does trade back Bogglingly, but Sparrow's on the point. They're down their Zara. Terra is going to go low without those heals. Can they really recontest this? They have the Lucio here, but unfortunately Terra's still low. Mixed-V is not aware that Terra's low. Finally they are. Goes back to them to make sure they're healthy, but Shikigami, they have the point, and Bogglingly will be back in any moment.
Yeah, for Polaris, it isn't about losing the heals when the Lucio goes down, it's about losing the rotation power. And Shikigami are immediately able to, with that Genji and the Lucio that they still have, get on top of that composition and take full advantage and control of that point. However, the flip does come through. Polaris are actually able to sneak it under the rug. They do lose the Sojourn for it, but as long as they stall out, they might be able to match percentage of control.
Yeah, Spiro just runs down Mixed-V and Sheep, and Terra falls as well as Shikigami traded back. It seems like both teams are giving up the point quite frequently, but we see this a lot in 5 versus 5, Moxie, where it feels like payloads get C9'd, points get flipped. It seems like it happens so much more now that you're down 2 heroes.
Yeah, for Shikigami, they didn't really have any ultimates to actually keep themselves sat on that point, so they allowed the flip to come through, and actually Shikigami are the ones to take control of the point afterwards and get a little bit of a leg up in terms of this next fight coming into it. They're the ones with the sign barrier, they're the ones controlling when this fight begins, because Polaris don't have the barrier just yet. They're going to be trying to delay.
Yeah, here's that barrier with the blade. Spiro drops it. Altiora have nothing to defensively deal with this ultimate, but actually they boop him away. Spiro goes back towards high ground, and they pop a Kitsune Rush. She finds Quiet, finds Boggling as well, and Spiro only trades back ducks. Now he goes lower to the backside, forced to deflect as Sheep on the other side takes down Megatron, and Terra gets New Year's Kiss as they flip the point off of the back of one Kitsune Rush.
Absolutely gorgeous displacement as well coming onto Spiro. Mixed-V with that Lucio boop is absolutely ginormous because it means that they hold on to that sign barrier for the next fight. So they're going to have it to see themselves through the Graviton that comes out from Shikigami. And Shikigami layered both support ultimates in that fight. They wanted the win. They wanted to control that choke. They have nothing to sustain through.
The solo grab on the Bogglingly, that's just enough to close things out with just that alone. Terra does trade back Quiet as well. New Year's Kiss gets Sheep, but Spiro, he's on the they're on the KJ on the other side as Mixed-V gets rid of New Year's Kiss, and eventually they're sure to fall back, right? Shikigami don't have any ultimates in this next fight, but that Graviton Surge, Moxie, just off of that, they've won the entirety of this fight.
Yeah, and it's worth it for Polaris because not only did they hold on to that sign barrier, they've removed the Zarya, and without that Zarya, Shikigami have absolutely no pushing power. They might actually have to hold on to solo grab Sheep when that Genji Blade comes through, but again, Polaris with control of that high ground can immediately initiate that fight with the overclock and get the first kill, and Shikigami are going to be forced to pull back yet again as they're running out of point percentage to allow to give over.
And this is rough. You're starting to get staggered at this point, and Altura Polaris is very well aware of the situation as they're going to keep pushing forward to lands where usually you don't want to go in Overwatch, but they're going to continue pushing forward and actually get the Kiriko as well. And the reset, it's barely finally here for Shikigami, but 90% on the board, Moxie. I'm not even sure they can recontest well.
Yeah, it's so worth it too, because you're forcing Shikigami into a position that they're not able to actually use that graviton. They're holding on to it for this final fight, and it's about to head into overtime. Sheep now pulls out that blade, as someone from Shikigami has to touch to be able to activate and keep that wick burning, but it's just bodies thrown onto the point to try and delay the inevitable as the grab comes through, but there were no teammates to be able to capitalize on the damage that it could have allowed, and Polaris are going to take us to Shrine.
You don't think we would have seen that out of a team like Shikigami, Moxie, where, you know, this team's had practice and has continued to play, and you would assume, right, you don't want to keep staggering in. That's what a lot of people, that's where a lot of people struggle in Overwatch 2, is the staggering problem, right? It's even more apparent now that you're down one. If you lose even one member when you're trying to reset, it can mess up the entire map for you, putting you in such a hole where it's almost unrecoverable.
Yeah, and for Shikigami, the point where it was just unrecoverable was when Bogglingly actually gets solo grabbed. Because from there, the momentum of this team is just entirely broken. They're staggering through, they're trying to create a space where they're able to use that graviton, but Polaris with that Lucio and Kiriko can just keep nipping at your ankles, poking a little bit of pressure, and because Kiriko has that escapability that's very similar to a Lucio, Shikigami just don't get any respite. But now we're going to see point control reset. For both of these teams, it's about controlling that point first.
Here comes Bogglingly toward the backside, but whoever's in control of the point is not too big of a deal as long as you don't get picked early by these railgun shots by either Sojourn, but the Genji of Sheep is already going deep on a New Year's Kiss, forced to use the deflect. Forced the deflect to back up, but Dax, a huge Kiriko early pick. You rarely see those, only at the highest level. And Terra gets Megatron as well, off the back of an amazing Kiriko pick. Altiora Polaris take control of the point and push Shikigami back once more.
Yeah, Bogglingly at least does manage to stay in the fight as long as Terra, so they are going to be coming in with a good 40% towards that graviton. The problem is that since you've lost your Sojourn and the Zarya, you've now actually lost all of that alt fire, so both the Zarya and the Sojourn have to farm it up again. That allows Altiora to actually control this poke phase far more than Shikigami, who are having to take a longer rotation. But a beautiful railgun fight comes out from New Year's Kiss to take out Jersey, and without that Sojourn, Polaris now have to look for an answering trade.
Yeah, and Sheep is the one to find it. New Year's Kiss gets traded out, so now both Sojourns are out of this fight as Megatron is teleporting to their Genji to make sure they're nice and healthy, keeping everybody solid for this next team fight, but they're out of the kills at that point, and Sheep gets Spearow again, so off the back of amazing Genji play, Polaris continue to push forward. Megatron goes down as well, and no point flip ever came through for Shikigami, as they haven't even built up one ultimate yet.
Yeah, and that's the problem for this team. There is so much stall potential when you're running both that Lucio and the Kiriko, as well as the Zarya, because remember, Zarya can really use those bubbles to just continuously make sure that you can't really kill anything. All the while, that Lucio tick is going to be affecting every single person in the AoE, and if you don't force that Kiriko into using the Suzu too early, they're just going to have that 1 second of iframe, as now we see the graviton come through from Altiora, and Shikigami just have to lose the fight as fast as possible, go for the full group reset, and hope that they're going to be able to come through, but Quiet actually pops the sound barrier.
Yeah. They want to win. They want to win right now. Megatron found Terra, and they could potentially find the opening. As long as they have Spearow, they assume they could win because Genji is so strong right now in the current match of the game. Spearow with a nice play, gets Sheep, gets KJ as well. And the reset now comes through, and Moxie, like you mentioned, didn't seem like that fight was winnable. But off of the beat drop, they managed to win it. But Moxie, into this next fight, all they have is the Kitsune Rush, Sojourn, and Grab versus full 4 ultimates for Polaris.
Yeah, this is the thing for Polaris. Like, they could afford to lose that fight. Shikigami couldn't. That's why we saw the commitment coming on through from this team, so they could have control of that point and maybe get that first pickup with that Sojourn. But Altiora are the ones coming up in the kill feed. Shikigami have lost both of their supports. It's just going to be a lone Sojourn. They've been bullied off of the point. And Polaris, with that team kill, are going to be able to take the map, as Shikigami just not in a position to try and stall.
We have a game on our hands. Altior Polaris with the map win. Fantastic work from them. Really, honestly, looking nice and coordinated as well. Sheep looked amazing on that. Genji KJ on the Sojourn as well. New Year's Kiss trying to make things even. But unfortunately for them, they did get staggered. And off of even 1 or 2 picks, it seemed like Altior Polaris was just always ready to recontest with ultimates of their own.
Yeah, the game sense coming through from Polaris as well. You look at sort of how they take that rotation into that final fight. There's a reason that Shikigami pulled so many ultimates, even though they'd lost players, to be able to take control of that point. And it's so they can set their Sojourn up to try and find that first initial pick. That's the power of the Sojourn. Before that fight begins, because of a lack of shields, you can actually try and snipe out one of those squishies to be able to delay. And Shikigami was sitting so close to actually hitting those ultimates. If there'd just been 10 seconds of rest time, that 10-second lull, they would have been able to come in with things like that Graviton and potentially win that fight. What did Polaris do? They don't go main, they take a longer wraparound of the rotation through the side buildings to try and minimize the amount of uptime that there is for that Sojourn to find that first pick. The second that they get close, Kitsune Rush comes through, they close up that distance, that Sojourn becomes absolutely powerless, and the Genji comes through, and Sheep absolutely decimates everything they touch.
That was amazing. What Genji play. But guys, we'll be going to a short break. When we come back, we have more of this matchup. 1-2. So Polaris are in the lead, but could Shikigami make the comeback? We'll have to see after this short break. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Calling All Heroes Challenger Cup qualifiers #1. In Moxie, we've had an incredibly close matchup between Altior Polaris and Shikigami, which it's not really gone in a direction we would have assumed coming into the match. And now that we're going to a map #2, Moxie, I'm very curious to see which map Shikigami pick.
I think for Shikigami, it really is going to be a sort of pick your poison. Eichenwald has the choke, Kingzor has the choke, Pariso has the choke. All of these are maps where Genji is extremely viable, and I think Shikigami are really going to be coming into this thinking, okay, how are we going to deal with this Genji? Because Sheep has been an absolute menace, aided by this Kiriko coming in on that Kitsune Rush, having your cooldowns as well lessened. Like, a lot of the time when we saw Kiriko being released and we heard what Kitsune Rush did, everyone was like, okay, that blade is going to be absolutely massive. Right. But another sort of impact that Kiriko and Genji has in that rush is that, remember, dash, every single time with that Genji dash, you find a kill, you automatically get it reset. So not only are you having 60% reduced cooldown on your dash, you're also going to have the opportunity to be able to come in with those dash resets off of kills to just make sure that you can endlessly zip around. And it's absolutely no surprise for me that we're actually going to be seeing King through, because I think for Eichenwald and Pariso to an extent, that Genji can really just circumvent a lot of those choke powers just by
Right.
using a dash, especially in terms of Parisa when that streets phase, with how important holding that high ground is, the Genji being able to wall climb up and really contest your tank or your hit scan that is sitting there, it just becomes absolutely impossible to deal with. King's Row, at least you have that opportunity to try and brawl it out on the streets on the low ground.
Right. Yeah, the Zarya is always going to be a problem on these maps, but Moxie, we talked about it before, Reinhardt potentially could even come through. Now, I don't really think a lot of people would expect to see a Reinhardt. More than likely we won't, but I mean, it's always the case on King's Row where you could potentially see one regardless. I always know when, at least in ranked, Moxie, I don't know about your experience recently, but it feels like when I play against a Reinhardt or there's a Reinhardt on my team, somebody starts, like, why are you on Reinhardt? Look at it, play Zarya. Why are you on Reinhardt? So, yeah, obviously both teams probably going to play that Zarya, make sure they bubble that Genji, because not only is the Zarya super good for her own damage, but she can enable the Genjis with that double bubble to make sure they can't get either slept or taken out by a Sojourn.
Yeah, she also lessens the stress on that Kiriko to use Suzu in places that you don't really want to commit it, right?
Yeah.
Because obviously Zarya Bubble, until Kiriko was released, it was the only real cleanse that we had in the game. So having that bubble on such a low cooldown really means that you're not biting into the 15-second cooldown on that Suzu, so that Kiriko can hold it for those really important moments. As we are going to see Whisper on this Widow. It's not going to stick around for long. It is just going to be looking for a little bit of an opening shot, and then, oh, no, they're sticking in it. They're not actually going to be swapping off very quickly to something like the Sojourn. They're going to be punishing the fact that without a shield, this forces Polaris to actually hold far away from that point, as Shikigami have been able to break through the choke just with having that Widow threat.
Yeah, very interesting decision to keep with that Widowmaker, but to get the headshot onto that Zarya, taking them to 1 HP. Terra has to back up and get heals, but Spiro wasn't there early enough to get that one-shot combo, but it doesn't matter because Whisper is the one to hit Mixv as well as Terra. So now down to Altiora can't do anything, and that's the threat of a Widowmaker, right? All of these shots just able to be hit. And King's Row, it's not a bad map for Widowmaker on first point and third.
Yeah, Widowmaker is so strong as, again, when you have a lack of shielding, the Widow doesn't actually have to hold her shots, right? It used to be typical Widow behavior in Overwatch 1. You would track where everyone was standing behind either the Orisa shield or the Rhine shield or the Sigma shield. You would wait for that shield to drop, and then you would get your shot in. But now, Widow can just immediately try and find one of those heads, and having broken through point A and negated that choke, Whisper can swap to that Sojourn to be able to use things like Power Slide and really ramp up that railgun fire and force KJ to really try and hold their own and counter them. But Terra will be able to find that first pick onto the Sojourn, and without that massive burst damage potential, Shikigami don't really have a way of breaking that next choke.
No, they don't. That was an early pick. Very good job by Polaris to get high charge. And as you noticed, Shikigami did swap off of that Widowmaker's. Terra goes for that spawn camp. Already going to have that Graviton Surge. They want to hold close. They want to make up for this potential first point loss, actually, and actually go for the full spawn camp, even holding on top of this clock tower, Moxie. This is incredibly aggressive out of Polaris. They go for the grab for the spawn! Oh my god, it hits everybody. Hits 4 members, and they actually get the kills here as well off of a Graviton Surge in the spawn doors from Polaris.
It's really cheeky from Polaris, but it's taking full advantage of the fact that the only support ultimate Shikigami actually had available was that Rush. And Rush gets broken by any sort of line of building that is taller than that Kiriko. So Shikigami actually having to use that Rush just to break through spawn will punish Polaris now for trying to hold close, but it's still not that fight when Shikigami were looking for because that Rush was so short.
Both Kitsune Rush is actually committed by both Kurikos on both sides, but Dak loses his life, or loses their life. Megatron loses theirs as well as Sheep takes down Boggling Lee. Now there's only a Lucio left as well. And Polaris, how are they still sustaining here? Luckily, they eventually fall, but the beat drop is committed. Not sure if it was entirely required, but now they push forward. They're going to pick off that Lucio, and finally they break out of their spawn doors.
They're potentially going to pay for that one, as Shikigami will have the Graviton Underblade coming into this next fight. But Mixv and Sheep are both going to have ultimates of their own, so it's very much going to be a matter for Polaris of getting that in before Shikigami are able to find that spacing to be able to throw the Graviton of their own. The problem for Sheep is that if they go too early, they are going to potentially get just solo grabs so that Shikigami can immediately just absolutely annihilate the win condition of Polaris.
Sojourning on the close corner as the grab comes out into that blade, captures them. The beat drop is there as well, but she still finds Boggling Lee, and Terra also gets Spira, so unfortunately they couldn't capitalize off of the Graviton Surge, and without that beat drop they couldn't go forward anymore. But unfortunately they didn't commit that blade or that Sojourner either. However, Polaris, they're only going to have a grab for this next fight, so they can go extremely hard to counteract that ultimate potentially.
Yeah, and unfortunately as well for Polaris, they don't have any support ultimates either, so they're going to try and take full advantage of the choke and really try and find a first pick off from Shikigami, trying to buy themselves a little bit of time, but unfortunately it does actually put themselves in a little bit of an over-aggressive position, so they lose KJ. As a grab comes through, Suzy to try and circumvent the damage off of the back of it, as Spirit Knife goes into that backline with that blade and absolutely annihilates everything in their path. Shikigami gonna be able to walk away with that fight, as Polaris don't have a single ultimate to try to commit into contesting before that payload hits the second checkpoint. That clock gets extended, and potentially Whisper doesn't even need to throw in the overclock either.
They still want this recontest though. They're positioning for it, and at the same time, the Sojourn ultimate's committed from Whispers. Gets one. Can they find another? Forces the Suzu out of Dax, and Dax is gonna fall as really aggressive play from Whispers ends up with them capturing out this third point. Sheep does find them at the same time, but they're gonna have to back out. However, that overclock was committed, and Polaris, that's all they wanted. They just needed one ultimate committed. They knew they were not gonna lose. They were gonna lose in that street stage regardless.
Yeah, exactly. That's why they poshed up around that corner, to make it look like maybe they were going to try for that contest, so that Shikigami felt like they had to throw in that overclock, because now Polaris can come back in and try and take advantage of the faster respawns. Shikigami actually going to be able to hit that Kitsune Rush first. Dax able to answer back with one of their own, as we see both of these teams just trying to find a pick and swing the damage and sustainability. Next speed goes down for Polaris, so they lose that speed boost to be able to cleanly disengage. The Terror is still alive on that Zarya, trying to chunk in any damage that they can. However, Boggling Lee sitting on the Zarya with a Lucio to be able to back them up in terms of sustain, gets us a little bit further forward and absolutely ramps up to that Graviton for the next fight.
2 minutes and 20 seconds left. Shikigami need to build this ultimate here, get that Graviton Surge, and it has to be big because Mixie's going to get that beat drop, so they're going to need enough damage to follow through. But in the same time, KJ's the one to pop the overclock first, finds Whispers on the other side, but Whispers trades it out with the Sojourn Disruptor of their own. Mixie takes down Boggling Lee. Now they're down their Zarya. They just want to back out. They know they have to wait for that Graviton Surge and Blade to come up.
Yeah, Polaris going to have full advantage as well of trying to win this poke phase. That's the thing with these sorts of maps. That defender spawn, it's so much closer than the attackers. As Pharaoh goes for that high ground contest, doesn't want to allow KJ any control to be able to come through on that Sojourn and try and snipe out one of these players. As she uses that moment of confusion to absolutely push forward with that blade and dispatches Pharaoh as KJ is able to find their mirror.
All right, they found the 1-for-1 trade. They're starting to snowball it here a little bit here. 1 minute, 20 seconds left. Polaris, they're going to have to keep using at least one ultimate here. Maybe have to use that beat drop for the grab, or Terra goes for the beat drop early of their own. And before any beat drops or Kariko is built, they go for that beat immediately. There goes the Suzu, but they can't save them through it. They actually counter Graviton Surge, but the beat drop is here. So they forced out the beat for that grab, but I'm not sure that's entirely worth it for Shikigami because they haven't even built up any support ults for the next fight just yet.
Yeah, that's the thing for Shikigami. They can afford one more fight reset, Dustin. They use that Graviton, so it is going to be harder to be able to get Spiro and Whisper into a position that they don't get sniped out. But that's a brilliant late pick onto Dax with that Kiriko going down. Polaris don't have the ability to be able to use that rush defensively. They have to pull back and allow Shikigami back onto that payload.
Yeah, the overclock is going to be available here for Whispers. On the other side, the Kitsune Rush is available for Dax to come back, and now it's popped. The Sheep finds Spiro. The counterpart, that's a huge trade. Now the overclock comes through as well. He's going to get a lot of shots in this Kitsune Rush, looking for that Lucio on the back line, but he's going to go for that mini on the other side as KJ falls. So does Mixby, and they have nobody else here to recontest. They should have an overclock potentially, but the time, Moxie, 8 seconds left, 7 seconds left. Can they capture out with time? That's what matters to make sure that this is at least not a draw for Shikigami, but it looks like 0 seconds are going to go down. Overtime pops, and now if Polaris cap out with over a minute, there will be no chance for Shikigami on the defensive side.
This is gonna be a really tough one. King's Row is one of those maps which was just incredibly hard to be able to actually take all 3 checkpoints with time still remaining, purely because of the amount of time that gets burned off trying to get through the amount of chokes that there are in this map. You have that really punishing choke A, where a lot of the time we actually see some teams just swap to things like Diva and Pharah to be able to entirely avoid it and take that fight onto the point. We had teams who in Overwatch 1 would actually just go for that Lucio to be able to speed boost into Hotel, and then you would wait for that speed amp to come back online before amping onto that point and trying to force the defense to actually take the fight on that low ground. And then, even if you're able to make it through point A, you lose so much time trying to break into Streets phase off of another choke that is there for the defense that you very rarely have a lot of time past 2 minutes to be able to try and push through C. And it just becomes really hard to be able to push because of the amount of high ground control that is immediately available for the defense. Even if they lose that fight and lose initial control of C, the high ground is immediately available for them to be able to retake just 2 meters away really from walking out of that respawn. And so almost immediately every single hit scan that's on this map, any Sojourn with a power slide available is able to just book it onto that area and make it so hard for teams to be able to brute force their way through. As we now see, is it going to be Polaris able to take another one of these maps? Are they going to be able to break King's Row with time in the bank and get set up for coming in on that second lap, as Terra does come out again on that Zarya, just trying to use those bubbles to be able to break choke, but Whisper back on that Widow, looking for heads, trying to punish the fact and split this team so that they're going to be fragmented, and the Kiriko and Lucio lose impact.
Now, unfortunately, can't find them, and Sheep gets rid of them in that fight already. Now they have full point control, and now that's the problem running a Widowmaker, right? It's high risk, high reward. If you don't find those early picks, you pretty much wasted the entirety of that pick, sadly, but no bubbles here for Terra. They didn't really get too much ult or high charge energy as boggling in the side does. So the actual recontest comes through, but no! They can't even touch the point. They try to go, and they're going to lose Spiro. So now Polaris is very well aware of this, and they're going to keep pushing forward to get these stagger picks and forcing the back up even more so they can get through this first point, through this first checkpoint easily.
Yeah, that's the thing. Shikigami lose control of the point, and then they lose the position to be able to try and use that first choke in Streets phase to burn time off of Polaris. They are going to just set a Lucio up on this payload and absolutely breeze through a certain space that can take teams upwards of a minute, sometimes even 2. Sometimes we see the payload just stop with how hard it can be for those aggressing teams to be able to break through choke, with how that arch is set up. For Shikigami now wanting to try and win that straight space, but again, having to build up that Zarya and Sojourn charge allows Polaris a far more aggressive position.
Yeah, the rush is available here for Dax, so now they use it on the aggressive front as Megatron pops their own, but the grab's already here, and there's nothing to save them through that damage as the beat drop was not built yet for Quiet, as Mixby also pushes forward and is going to build that Graviton Surge. They don't even use too many ultimates here, Moxie. They could snowball this Streets phase perfectly and have a flawless run onto this third point.
That is the power of a fully charged up Zarya when there is no support ultimate to try to sustain you through a Graviton. Suzu, yes, does allow 1 second in fun, but it doesn't allow you to exit that grab, so all of Shikigami get caught out by that Zarya just bursting through this health bars.
Oh no.
It is going to allow Shikigami a potential to try to push through, but unfortunately that checkpoint again had already been picked up. So Polaris are going to be able to just instantly spawn back, and Shikigami are just going to have to try and hold around this corner if they can't find that first pick.
Yeah, Polaris for 5 minutes and 23 seconds. That's a lot of time, but we've seen teams get held here before, so it's not entirely out of the question for Shikigami to hold here in this third phase, because the overclock is available for Mixie, or for KJ. Now they pop it aggressively, but the grab is here. The beat drop is here as well, with the blade potentially to continue to follow through with the damage, but it's not enough. KJ finds Whispers on this side, but Spiro does get Mixie, but Sheep popped their blade late in this fight. Spiro did find KJ on the side. The Zarya goes low on the other side, but Sheep down to 1 HP of this highly charged Zarya. Can they find them? No. Quiet does get Sheep on the other front, but in the meantime, Polaris, they found a foothold on this payload, and now they're going to push forward. Moxie, they've built that Graviton Surge versus no support ultimates. It's going to be massive.
It's going to be down to Whisper now to come in with this overclock and carry Shikigami through the next fight. Otherwise, yes, Terra is going to hit that Graviton, and Polaris is just going to snowball momentum.
Oh, but it doesn't matter. Oh my gosh, what a pick from Whispers onto Sheeps early on. Terra, will they try to combat things with the grab? Yes, they do, but it only hits Boggling on the side, but Spiro goes down on their side. The overclock is indeed popped from Whispers. Sees the low Zarya in the back line, takes them out as well. And now you don't have your Zarya to push forward as Polaris, so you're just going to have to back up and concede this space to the Sojourn that is Whispers.
Well, Dax is going to be coming back in with that Kitsune Rush. Polaris could potentially try to use it to bait Megatron into exchanging Rush for Rush, but it's still going to really pay off for Shikigami. They're a lot closer to those aggressive ults than Polaris as we enter this poke phase. Both teams just trying to feel each other out, exchange a little bit of damage, bait out those Zarya bubbles so that Shikigami can really try and push forward for that kill. As Megatron's actually going to be throwing in that rush first, and this is exactly what Polaris want. They don't have to use that rush. They just use that Lucio to be able to disengage, and once that defensive rush is worn out, they just throw a rush in of their own.
The grab here available for Boggling pops. It gets onto 3 members, and that's just a free team fight win because Whisper was holding on to that disruptor shot and finally got the entirety of Shikigami. And we talked about this. 3 minutes and 15 seconds left, Moxie. Shikigami's played this near perfectly so far.
Yeah, that last fight was played to absolute perfection. If there is one thing that is so good in what they're running to counter those rushes, it's the Graviton, because everyone wants to play on that rush. You can only get all of the benefits of rush if you're playing on the path, which means that everyone goes into the Graviton from Bogglingly, and Shikigami have been able to delay. They're coming into this fight so close to that blade. They've got the Sign Barrier to sustain. They're the ones dictating the tempo. The problem is that they've lost control of that high ground. KJ is already occupying it, but Whisper removes the threat by sniping out the enemy Sojourn.
Whisper has been the difference maker. Bogglingly gets rid of Mixby as well. And Polaris, they can even use the ultimates off the back of that Sojourn. And that is the danger of Sojourn. Now we're down to 2 minutes and 20 seconds, Moxie. And this has been rough for Polaris to capture out here. Like we've said, teams have held here on this third point. And if you're getting held over and over again, it's a bit demoralizing to continue to run into this brick wall that is Shikigami.
Especially because for Polaris, right, they've had so much time to be able to come through. As we can have a look at Spirit. Oh, yeah, we know exactly what you were trying to do. You were trying to sneak into that backline and get that blade off before Mixby has the time to be able to hit that Sign Barrier. As it is going to be Megatron allowing Shikigami a lot of time to be able to come in with those cooldowns and absolutely blitz Polaris's health bars. But KJ is able to find one with the overclock. Fight does go down, and Sheep decides to pull out the blade, just pushing Shikigami away from the benefits of Rush and capitalizing on the chaos that ensues.
Yeah, Sheep with a nice little blade there. 1 minute and 30 seconds left. Can they capture out with over a minute? If they do, Shikigami will be in bad trouble. Quiet pops the beat drop to delay maybe 30 seconds, but it didn't get their Sojourn. And now it's just bull supports on the payload to try to delay things. It's kind of working because they got the Zarya bubbles. The Graviton surges here, and that was enough. It got Cheap and Nixby. And even with that Kitsune Rush, they have no heals here. It's all on Terra to clutch alone as the lone Zarya. They do have the Kitsune Rush, so they're going to have that Zarya bubble consistently here to keep alive. That's been enough to team fight win for a lot of fantastic teams, and Terra has been a one-man wrecking ball with that Kitsune Rush still alive somehow in this fight with 0 supports. Finally goes down as Dax goes down as well. Was here with the Lucio, but with 56 seconds left, Cheap is all alone. They can't really do it by themselves, and now they're gonna have to go for a quick reset. That was the last second hold by Shikigami.
Yeah, unfortunately for Polaris, it's a double-edged sword. Yes, Terra builds up so much of their Graviton charge because they're able to get so much damage on that Zarya, but there is no ultimate that finishes things off for Polaris, and so that fight going on means that they only have this last fight, and Shikigami are coming in with Pulse Bomb. Dax, if they're not able to hit that Suzu in time, might see one of their players drop too early.
Right. And that rush is really what's going to allow Polaris to have that grab like you mentioned. So now they pop that grab onto that Zarya. Is that enough to finally close things out? They do get Bogglingly before he has any chance to stay alive and build that ult or build that charge as Terra finds Whisper as well. They got the impactful player on the side of Shikigami, and they cap out as well with 8 seconds left. Now both teams will have another shot in the overtime pushes once more.
This is honestly huge for Shikigami though, right? Because you think about the time bank that Polaris were potentially coming in to this next round with. They could have come in with 4 minutes. They could have come in with 3 minutes. But Shikigami were able to hold on so long that it got shaved down to only 8 seconds. So both teams coming in with a very, very close time bank, and it is now going to be an absolute arms race. And the thing with Overwatch 2 in terms of supports is that your ultimates, they don't charge up fast. You're sharing ultimate charge. You're not getting support charge as well off of the other support because of that passive that activates if they don't take damage for 1.5 seconds. You've only got one tank to really play around with, and so if Kiriko tries to heal one of these targets, it's going to eat into the Lucio sound barrier charge, and vice versa. So honestly, it's going to come down to the DPS. If KJ is able to find a snipe on that Sojourn, Shikigami aren't going to be able to break choke. Likewise, if Whisper is able to find that pick on the Widowmaker and force Polaris back, allowing Shikigami to secure point A, they have such a fighting chance.
Yeah, and Shikigami, they have to be happy with that hold, to be honest. 6-minute hold basically in third point is no easy task, and they almost did it. They almost pulled it off, but once again, Whisper will be on that Widowmaker. Can they find that headshot? It's all on them in this spawn door to find it, but nobody's giving them a shot. Polaris playing incredibly smart in the inside of that building of the theater. Spiro onto the point already. Now they have to back up. Polaris realize their engaged potential is just right about now as Spiro goes for the dash. Now they know he doesn't have it, but in the meanwhile, Terra goes down low, but KJ is the one to finally show up like you mentioned. But no, Whisper trades him back on Widowmaker, but Sheep does get rid of them as well, as Sheep with a great trade back as well. Polaris are still in this fight, but they have now to wait for KJ to come back towards that spawn. And with 15 seconds left for Shikigami, Whisper drops over that Sojourn, and now it should be an even fight once more for this first point on King's Row.
KJ is back though, and Terra's still alive on this. Zara is able to go toe-to-toe with Bogglingly. Shikigami have to now start touching that point to make sure that the overtime wick does not burn out,
Terra!
putting them right into Altiora Polaris' reach.
Terra! Oh my god, but no, Sheep with the follow through and a boggling Whisper as well. Whisper found two, but the back of Terra has to be feeling that pressure with a nice 2K with that opening high charge. That's why Zarya is so important, Moxie, and they held in this first point without them capturing any point progress.
Yeah, it's honestly an absolute crucial adaptation as well in terms of positioning in how Polaris approached that fight. They know that Whisper is potentially going to be coming in on that Widowmaker. They lost point A very quickly off of being bullied away from the point and forced into almost B phase before that point had been given up, just because the Widowmaker could have sniped out one of their heads. And so they play around Hotel. Terra on that Zarya goes in aggressively to pull cooldowns from Shikigami. But when you run out of bubble charge, they actually run back to their team as Dax uses that Suzu, that 1 second invulnerability, to make sure that when the Zarya is able to survive all of the chase that Shikigami actually put onto that Zarya, the bubble comes back through and Shikigami are suddenly out of their depth, they're too far forward, and they lose those players. And making sure that Shikigami don't get to pick up point A puts a very achievable win condition into Polaris's lap. They just need to be able to walk past choke.
Yeah, and it's so hard to do, though, realistically. I mean, at the end of the day, it's incredibly hard to get past that. And I don't know if you agree with me, Moxie, but it seems like Kiriko in general is a hero that relies a lot on her ultimate, and in these mid-game fights, it's a lot on that Zarya to do well. And like you mentioned, we talked about it before the broadcast, though, it doesn't really have an incredibly high amount of heals, and the kit doesn't have a high amount of damage either. But if you can keep your Zarya alive, if you can keep your Zarya in that fight high charge, it should be team fight winning, as Terra is well aware of that. They go aggressive already, up to 60 charge already, but oh my god, the Suzu is committed super early here. Now you don't have that invulnerability, but on the other side, look who's on the high ground. It's KJ, but he has to deal with Quiet on the high ground, and Boggling Lee is the one to find Terra, and now they don't have the heals to sustain here. KJ does find Boggling Lee as well, but 34 seconds here. Polaris is team wiped, as Shikigami can hold for one more fight.
Oh my goodness, Quiet comes in with the absolute hero play and displaces KJ from her perch on that high ground. The plan for Polaris was use Terra as a sort of decoy so that KJ can ramp in and come in with that Sojourn snipe. As now with 16 seconds left, no ultimates built up for Polaris. They just have to throw themselves into the front line. We could see a draw.
Wait, but they're on the point here. There's potentially room for that draw. They have to keep touching. Terra finds Quiet. Can anybody else touch? They have one more on the point. The space is being created for Terra the entire time, but on the point, it's the Kiriko and the Lucio, but they're going to go down. There's no more heals here. It's just Whisper to get the trade back onto Sheep, but it's not enough, as KJ with a nice 3K in that fight to allow Altior Polaris to win 2-0 over the enemy team, which is Shikigami.
Yeah, we could potentially have seen a draw come through and a third map pulled out, but it is Altiora just acknowledging, okay, our win condition is just one tick. As long as we force them away from choke control, we just sit on that point. It forces and funnels one player at a time from Shikigami to continue to contest. And that means that that composition that relies when you're having that Lucio and everyone staying together, and the Kiriko as well, sticking close around so that when the Suzu comes through, it allows to be connected onto all of those players. That means that it's broken up. No one is really getting the full benefit of both the Kiriko and the Lucio. And the second that the team fragments, we see the Zarya just immediately swinging perspective, swinging all of the target focus between those players who are behind the point and that one player who's pulled the short straw and has to throw their body onto the point to be able to contest it. Terra just moves a little bit of that cursor towards the right, zaps down that one player, goes right back to the teamfight focus, and immediately we see that rinse and repeat, that Zarya at full charge with very little target focus coming on through, because for Shikigami, they have two win conditions. They have to make sure that they keep touching that point, and they also have to make sure that they're able to sustain in that front line. And unfortunately for them, they're not able to win both.
Yeah, and it's hard when you don't capture out that first little tick. Maybe get like a little bit more leeway there, but unfortunately for them, they will be going down in the series. And kind of an upset for Altiora Polaris there. But guys, we'll be going to a short break. When we come back, we'll have an interview with one of the winners from Altiora Polaris. So you're not going to... Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Calling Our Heroes Challenger Cup. My name is Dustin, joined by Moxie, and we have an interview with Dax from the winning team from Polaris. What's going on, Dax? How you doing? Congrats on the win.
Thank you. Yes, I'm doing great. It was a really fun and competitive match.
Oh, yeah, it
Okay.
was.
So first of all, Dustin and I, we're both support mains. We were watching yesterday to see whether or not Kiriko would be coming up a whole lot in terms of the meta, and seeing a couple of teams experimenting with her and finding mixed value with it. How are you finding moving over to Kiriko and trying to balance both the kunai and the healing aspect?
Well, the great thing about Kariko is it's not only that her kunai and her healing, is that just like her movement and her playmaking potential, it just pairs so well with the Zarya. Like the integral, she's not the backbone of the Zarya comp, but because of her mobility and because she just has that 121 shot, her compared with a Genji can take so many off angles and just secure those picks way faster than any support can. Because we've played against some people who haven't run the Kariko with the Zarya, and our entire goal is just to run on their supports, and every time you just get the kill on the supports first and they win. On Kariko, you can't just run on her. She has her Immor, she has her wall climb, her teleport, and that is like compared to the Lucio is why she's so unique and so like oppressive in the Zarya meta.
Well, Dax, I'm curious if you do what I've done recently, in which I don't know if you would agree if you've played like Genji recently, because I never played Genji as a support main. So like the transition, like you realize after you play Kiriko, wow, this is like a huge different aspect. Do you think it's been a challenge for you changing over to Kiriko from the other supports? Because that wall climb specifically, that's an entirely new aspect of support that we've never had to do.
It has definitely been a lot different. I've always been kind of a DPS support, and that's kind of bitten me in the butt a little bit with Kiriko, because it's so easy just to get lost in using her kunai that you forget, oh, I have healing too. Especially with that like slow healing that she has. You can't really swap fast between the two like you can as much for Ana or Bap. But it's been a really like fun experience. She's so unique with that, that wall climb. And yeah, I have not played much Genji, and so I will admit that I've had some spots where I'm like, why can't I climb up this wall? And I try like 5 times, and I'm just like, I can't climb up this wall. So I'm having to deal with that little silly wall climb a little bit, but I think it's been good for me as a player.
I feel that.
And you talk about the Zarya composition and just really steamrolling over a lot of the backlines who aren't running that Kiriko. We actually saw you get to go toe-to-toe with Shikigami, who were running a Kiriko, and so you had to deal a lot with counter-rushing. How exactly does counter-rushing operate for your team?
Well, basically, our entire thought process of if we have any sort of advantage, like ult advantage, man advantage, resource advantage, we just play first. Every single scenario, we try to be the one that goes in, ults, goes in, gets the kills. Just because right now it's kind of like who can throw themselves at the enemy team faster, who can take those off angles and just apply that pressure faster. We'll play like second if we are at like a disadvantage, but that hardly ever like happens. So we just like going so fast, and my main tank Tara she's fantastic at doing that, so really give her a lot of effort for enabling our team today. And I also have to shout out the fact that before every match we do 10 team jumping jacks, so I definitely recommend that to anybody who wants to keep their blood
your blood pressure
up.
Your blood rate high.
Yep.
Yeah, heart rate up.
Blood rate high.
Yeah, same thing
100% win rate in all the maps that we've done that, so take it.
Oh, keep it up then, obviously. I mean, you guys are feeling confident coming to the next match, so congratulations again, Dax, on your win. That was an awesome match to see, and you guys played an amazing 2-0. That's impressive. So congrats again, and we'll have to catch you hopefully in the next interview. Good luck on your next match.
Thank you. Altiora, let's go. Woo!
Well, that was Dax from Altiora, so it was good to talk to her. And honestly, an incredible matchup between them and Shikigami, like you mentioned, Moxie. I mean, that team is not one to take lightly, right? Coming into this tournament, coming into the Challengers Cup qualifier number 1, we expected that team to go toe-to-toe with the other Altiora team to actually put their pedal to the metal and win the tournament potentially. But now, actually being stunted and stopped by such a team like Altiora, I mean, that's kind of surprising.
I mean, you heard it from Dax herself, right? Having that synergy with that Zarya and that Kiriko and enabling the aggression that Zarya really does love. Zarya players, if you just press W, because of the amount of time that really, the downtime on those bubbles just means that you're really killable if you move forward with that Kiriko and you both really play around the amount of healing and Suzu as well that the Kiriko can output. The fact that you really can just allow to cover up the absence when the Zarya's bubbles are on cooldown, and then when the second that bubble does come back online, the Zarya is just able to again walk forward and really just roll into those back lines. As we heard from Dax, their main strategy is just to play aggressive and to play quickly, and I think that's really a lot of the tempo that is behind Overwatch 2. That's the biggest real move and change that a lot of these teams and players have had to adapt into. By removing that other second tank, you lose a lot of the lull prep time where everyone would sort of just wait and bait at utilities, try and bust through those shields so you are actually able to make a move, as opposed to now where we've seen things like the Orisa change where shields are just gone in general for that one specific tank. Reinhardt does have that shield, but again, we do just see players just pressing W, moving past the shield, making sure that they can split the composition behind the Reinhardt and just pressure the backline, force the Reinhardt to turn around where he becomes vulnerable to everyone else on the team.
Yeah, and that's why we see a lot of Zarya. But guys, we will be going to a short break. When we come back, we'll have the next matchup in the Calling All Heroes Challenger Cup. You're not going to miss it. We'll see you guys in just a bit. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Calling All Heroes Challenger Cup Qualifiers #1. And it's myself, Dustin, joined by Moxie. Today we have some incredible matches for you guys, but we're on the second one for today. And the first one was a barn burner, Moxie. A very close matchup, ending up in a 2-0. But now coming into this one, we have a kind of a different vibe or different aspect of the Calling All Heroes Challengers Cup tournament, in which is the free agent pool of heroes that have come in and actually decided to play and kind of solo queue it almost, Moxie, and make sure they can actually get a chance at winning the tournament as coming in as a solo player.
Yeah, so this is actually a really fun thing about the initiative. You could go for the full stack and come in as 5 players or more if you want coaches, manager, and subs to come on through, or you could opt in for the free agent role and you would be put together with other players to be able to form a team. And I'm a big fan of this because it means that not only are you getting to participate when you otherwise might not have a stack to be able to play competitive or ranked with, but you also get to meet other people and really be able to talk and fall in love with a game that we all love. Overwatch is one of those games where it's just best when you have a group of friends to be able to play it together with. And we're getting to really allow some of these players that opportunity to be able to come together as a team and be able to play together and find that fun. And I'm really looking forward to exactly how we're going to see it. Because the thing about when you're not really just a professional team is that a lot of the time we actually see that have an impact in terms of positioning and how you use specific parts of hero kits. As I'm sure if you've listened to any of the content creators, they tend to have different advice when it comes to when you're in a team environment and when you're in a little bit more of a solo environment. As we can have a look at the standings and how exactly that last round of the Swiss stage has affected these. No surprises, both Artemis and Polaris are sitting on that #1 and #2 undefeated positions. Shikigami, I think, was the big one for me that did take that defeat. A little bit unexpected. Pursuit also taking their first loss, knocking them down to be tying with a lot of those teams who are currently sitting at that 3-1 scoreline.
Right. Yeah, that's must be a hard pill to swallow for Shikigami, but they can always make the comeback here. And in this current matchup, Moxie, I'm incredibly excited for it. Like we mentioned, the free agent pool of talent that we have is going to be incredibly exciting to watch between the Witches Coven and what's the team name? The egg, the very small eggs. I love these team names so much. I mean, this is not something we see quite often, simply because of the fact that I would say in Calling All Heroes in this Challengers Cup, Moxie, these free agents, they're creative with their names.
I mean, there's always been really creative with a lot of names. Like we've seen some really good ones. Leo's Kick, Leo Angels used to be one of those teams that would always sort of be in these initiatives. Unfortunately, I don't think they're actually taking part in this one, but we can have a look at the roster of very small legs and what exactly heroes they do like to specialize on into. I'm very excited with BB Doll coming in, potentially teasing that D.Va. The problem for a lot of these teams over today and also yesterday was that if they tried to roll the dice on whether or not that D.Va would work, especially on control, you would unfortunately be running into a Zarya and almost immediately just forced to swap.
Oh my gosh, yeah. I mean, I'm curious to see what happens if they decide to do that. But on the other side, Witches Coven with Serena, with Bocce, I mean, they have an incredibly talented lineup, I'm sure. But the SR is such a crazy difference to me between all of these teams. Not between these two teams specifically, but in these teams, you see a large variation of player pool, right? We have people all the way from, from plat to GM to high GM to top 100, right? We have a large variability of players coming into this tournament, and which can also lead to a lot of different metas, right? A lot of different play styles that we haven't really seen in this cup thus far, Moxie. It'd be really cool to see some Junker Queen. As somebody that used to play Junker Queen in the beta, I would love to see that character once more, but I understand that it got kind of, nerfed and patched, and, characters like D.Va and Zarya are so much stronger now.
Yeah, so D.Va is extremely strong. D.Va was like a lot changed to do with the fact that she used to be an off tank, so her defense matrix got buffed up, shielding as well got a little bit of an increase in her health pool, and as well as that, the fact that when you go for the melee, when you use those boosters, it doesn't immediately cancel it, so you can actually double melee in the boosters. Before, whenever you used to go for that melee, it would break the booster early, which was always a pain if you wanted to try and layer up that damage. And as we can have a look, the Witches Coven actually currently teasing Siren to come out onto that Reinhardt. So not the Zarya, if they do decide to stick with this, BBDOT is going to have a little bit more of an easier time given the fact that you can use Defense Matrix to be able to collapse onto those double fire strikes that the Rhine now has.
Yeah, now they actually pull out that Symmetra as well. They actually keep it through besides the DP, and they have that Mercy to pocket with the Moira as well. And the Sombra is a character that a lot of people have disliked playing against, I would say, thus far. But the Symmetra as well, kind of running that very annoying damage composition as Serene on the other side takes down Prince Mew. So that's already one down. Very Small Eggs have to back up, but in the meantime, Very Small Eggs all going down. BB is bound to lose their mech and fall as well, as Serene is kind of swinging on this front line, making sure that the rest of Very Small Eggs have to actually back up. And without that Lucio speed, this Ana is sure to fall to Bocce, and the point goes in favor of the Witch's Coven.
Yeah, I hate to say it, but the composition that Very Small Eggs is running at the moment into the Symmetra is not the most viable. Sim got changed in that her beam now doesn't actually charge up off of shields. But unfortunately, Very Small Eggs aren't running any barriers, so that Diva is just going to be a walking hitbox, and already Bocce's at 95%. To an ultimate within the first fight, that Sim has been doing insane amounts of damage, and it becomes even harder for Very Small Eggs to actually keep the Diva in play, because Sylvex is just using the fact that you can hack as Sombra still in stealth to be able to keep the Diva from using the Defense Matrix. But Amelia with that snipe onto Bocce will be able to mitigate some of the damage and force that 30-second res timer out of the Witch's Coven.
But Bocce still got the wall. Now the wall is committed. Selvex is going to hack that man on the high ground. No, actually tries to go for the kill, but they managed to ice block and get out of the fact that Selvex was there with the hack, but the EMP will be available. The Valkyrie is popped, but you can't heal through the anti-grenaded Ana as Amelia takes down Serene and Lily as well. So now Witch's Coven on the point is just this Symmetra, but Prince Mew on the high ground actually falls to Selvex, who has that Mercy pocket. It's just a path lamp up here, but it's hard to deal with this Sombra as they actually use the EMP to close things out on the high ground. Selvex with a nice little 3k potentially here. Omni does fall to Sononaut in the same time, but that doesn't even matter because the Witch's Cove with a huge EMP managed to capitalize and hold this point.
Yeah, that's the terrifying thing about Sombra at the moment. The fact that when you hack those targets, yes, they only lose their abilities for a good second, but the Sombra, as that hack lasts, gets 40% increased damage on those targets. So as long as you go for those squishies, you can very quickly just absolutely decimate those health bars. As again, we can just see the consistent hacking onto this poor tank. It's Very Small Eggs are forced to use that Blizzard to try and zone the Witch's Coven into eating the full overclock and the Diva Bomb.
Yeah, and off of that, they should capture that point. 96%. Serene did drop that Shatter, but unfortunately nothing came of it, and same with the Coalescence. So now they're going to have no ultimates, and they're coming into both a Nano Boost and a Baptiste window here, which is going to be incredibly hard to recontest against.
Yeah, this is the thing for Very Small Eggs. They do have both support ultimates, but unfortunately they don't have any aggressive ultimates. Nano is great for trying to find those picks, but who do you really nano? I would argue you want to go for Amelia and hope that that Railgun Ampfire is going to be able to snipe out one of those squishies. Gorgeous anti-nade comes through and actually connects onto Serene, who does go down, but they're running the Mercy, so the res is going to be available.
The resurrect from Ami was there. The Symmetra wall is committed from Bocce, though. That should give them some space, but they're going to have to go in front of it. Now the Baptiste window is dropped into the point. Bocce finds Lemony, who dropped that window down. Also gets Sononaut at the same time. So now those two are sure to fall. And at the same time, Witch's Coven, they just sit on this point. They have a lot of the heals with this Valkyrie with the Moira. The Mei is here on the point, but eventually it sure is to fall to Sylvex as well. Overtime ticks down, and the Witch's Coven with a pretty good hold here on the first round of Oasis.
Yeah, so here's the thing. The Nano Boost goes on to the Diva, and that is great for trying to make sure that your tank has sustain and is going to be able to sit on that point and endure the fight as long as possible. But unfortunately, what it doesn't do is actually allow you to move forward and look for the kills onto those squishy DPSs. And so Bocce on that sim is just able to move forward and absolutely decimate anyone who walks through, as we are going to see a movement come through as we head over towards city center. Amelia is going to be off and onto that Genji. Prince Mew has decided, okay, that Sombra is working. He's just going to do the exact same thing. Look for those hacks, deprive the Reinhardt of that shield so that Sarian is not going to be able to protect that backline, because Omi on this Mercy has been getting away with absolute murder. All of those reses on that tank have just absolutely decimated all of the efforts that Very Small Eggs have made to getting that tank out of the fight.
And in the meantime, the hack is still coming through from Sylvex. Sylvex goes to 1 HP. Luckily, they back out of there before they fall, as Amelia has been a stand-down player for very small legs. The anti-nade comes through on Hibachi. Hibachi just holding the W key. Takes that in out of the fight. Amelia trades things out with both Sylvex and Lily, but eventually falls to Serene, who is just swinging the hammer all over the side of very small legs, crushing them and making sure the yokes are forced to reset.
Very small eggs, yeah, unfortunately going to be sent back to spawners. This is a problem that we're seeing a lot of supports really suffer from as we move over to Overwatch 2. A lack of an off-tank means that there is a lack of peel. And when you're running both the D.Va, the Sombra, and the Genji, they're all going to be diving that backline. They're not going to be around to protect the Ana. So if Lamone on this Moira falls, Sonar is going to be so vulnerable, and that is something that the Witches Coven have been able to take full advantage of. As we actually see a hack come through onto Sylvex to try and make sure that the Sombra isn't going to be able to just translocate out of that fight. Sylvex is able to survive, the Sombra still in play as Sarian does go down. What is the res going to be available as Omi doesn't have the bump? You are going to be putting yourself into a lot of vulnerability if you try to go for it, and the Rhine stays dead as a result. No, no way, no!
They got it off again, but she does fall for it. But is Serena going to live after that anything goes through? It doesn't look like they're going to stall for a little bit longer. The Sombra is here to try to put as much damage down range as possible, but now the reset comes through even after. What a hilarious resurrect from Omni. Or Omni.
Omi should not keep getting away with it! Sarian, rest on that Reinhardt allows the Witches Coven to hit 50%, 60% rather, with that stall, and can now come into this next fight with Shatter, and it's a free Shatter. BB Doll, yes, has a massive hitbox, but has no shield to be able to cover for the team. And if that Ryan gets into the close quarters, it's just going to be a fight win for Witches Coven. They can layer the EMP on top of it. There's very small legs take the full brunt of that EMP. 4 out of 5 players going to be feeling the effect of that Sombra.
The D.Va Bomb comes through, gets Lily Serena's to fall as well, and BB Doll is here as well. And the point that, unfortunately, the Symmetra Wall can't really capitalize off it too much. Anthony comes out, but the Shatter is here from Serene. Sylvex with a fall through damage, gets Prince View, Sononaut as well, and it's just back here on this point with their team. They actually heal off 52% of the board, and now they push forward nice and healthy before very small legs can pop any ultimates.
We're seeing a change actually come through. Prince Mew going to be off of that Sombra onto the Reaper, just trying to get into those close quarters and really drill into that Ryan's health bar. Very small legs do have a Nano Blade as well, and the fact that Sarian and Sylvex both ulted in that previous fight does allow themselves a lot of advantage in terms of the damage you can output, but you have to move quickly. Lily of the Veil about to come into that coalescence could mean the undoing of the Genji ultimate before it can find any value.
Here comes the Nano Blade, goes deep into the back line, swinging on the Sombra, who Sylvex didn't put down their translocator. So that's one. Can they find more? It doesn't look like they should. They won't find it, but Amelia is continuing to push forward as the wreck from Omi comes through on Bachi on the other side. So now Amelia is left alone, gets smacked by the Reinhardt of the Witches Coven, and it's just Prince Mew who trades back Bachi on the other side, forced to use their fade. It's just BB Doll on the point, actually finds Omi on the other side. So now they're down one main healer, but you still have the Sombra, you still have this Moira on the point. The Sleep Dart comes through into Sylvex, but they relocate back towards the other side, towards the outside, and now the Shatter lands, finds 2 with the back of an EMP. Serene finds Lemony, but BB Doll gets Lily. Amelia's back on Tracer, which gets Sylvex as well, but the Symmetra turrets are still on the point, unfortunately dealing damage to anybody that deal goes deep onto the back line. Finally, they're dealt with, but Bachi still has that Symmetra Wall, and this entire time, they're pumping down damage, getting damage onto Amelia and BB Doll, and nobody can touch from very small eggs, and Witches Coven win on Oasis.
Doesn't even need to use the Symmetra ultimate either. Bachi just moves forward with that beam fully charged up off of that D.Va mech. And it is going to be Sylvex walking away with play of the game. But honestly, I think we all know the real carry of that control round. And it begins and ends with Mercy. Omi on that Mercy was the absolute bane of the enemy. Every single time 3 of their players was able to drop one body. Omi was just like, oh, it's been 30 seconds. Sure would be a shame if I just floated and just reached up into the ground, and you know what? Heroes never die. As oh my goodness, that Mercy just got away with absolute murder. And this is the thing, right? A lack of CC, it impacts Genjis, it impacts Sombras, it also impacts the resurrections. No
Yeah.
longer can you shield bash, no longer can you flashbang. No, if you want to cancel those reses, you have to camp the body. And Omi is an absolute pro at mixing up the timings. That's the difference. Because when it comes to resing the Reinhardt, they wait until the final moment. They literally wait until that timer is about to expire. Everyone thinks, okay, there's no way the Rhine is getting res. Mercy floats down, gets the res off, they get a good 5% extra stall. When it comes to Bachi, the res is almost instantaneous. And that is the true trick with the Mercy. Don't be predictable in terms of when you go for the res, because it forces teams to really put a lot of ultimates and abilities into camping those corpses. And if they get the timings wrong, all of those abilities, all of those resources just dissipate down the drain.
Yeah. And that's something you'd hate to see, especially as very small legs. But guys, the series isn't over just yet. When we come back, we'll be going to a short break. So when we come back, the series will continue to go on a map number 2. And we'll see you guys right after this to talk about what that is. Welcome back to the Calling All Heroes Challenger Cup qualifiers number 1, and we're coming into a series which has been exciting between very small eggs and the Witches Coven. And this series, Mox, we've talked about it before, where it's a very interesting pool of players because we have some players that are free agents, like these two teams that are playing against each other. So these guys are just coming together for the first time and just having a fun time, making sure they can compete together as a unit and experience this game. And going into the next map, Moxie, I mean, can you even decide, how do you go about deciding as a free agent team which map you play next?
I mean, honestly, I think Kings Row and Polaris are really straight out of the gate. They have to kind of be cancelled out if you're very small eggs. And the problem for me is a lack of Lucio. This is something that we were discussing in the break. The fact that that Mercy was getting away with so many of those reses just because you didn't have a Lucio to be able to double back to the body with that speed amp and make sure that you were able to stay on top of it and cancel that res out. And I'm worried. I'm not gonna lie. I'm seeing Kings Row pop on through, and unless they go for full dive comp and they just negate that choke entirely. It's something that we saw a lot of teams actually doing yesterday. Number 1 on Overbuff actually really like to run the Diva and the Pharah because they didn't have a Lucio and they would just use the Diva and the Pharah to be able to just go over the choke, take the fight to the point, and so everyone else is able to get through the choke because of the distraction that provides. I think if very small legs go for that playstyle, lacking that Lucio isn't going to be as punishable. However, lacking that Lucio and not getting on top of that point at the very start of Kings Row could mean that you're going to struggle just seeing any other part of this map.
Well, you know what we call, I mean, both teams have been playing this character, Moxie. You know what we call Sombra gameplay, right? Dishonest. It's dishonest gameplay, right? That's what it is. I mean, Mercy can get the resurrect, so maybe if you play a Sombra, you can cancel the resurrect, but we never saw them in position to counter it. But unfortunately, you know, the Sombra gameplay really benefits from maybe hard dive compositions. And when you start to play Sombra with the Reinhardt, eventually the Reinhardt will get on them. And yes, they'll eventually swing them down and get those kills. But at the same time, you need to have that fall through damage to the Sombra to make it work. And now I see a lot of people saying Sombra's overpowered. Sombra's OP. I don't really buy it. I don't. Do you buy it, Moxie? I mean, Sombra does have a lot of kill potential and a lot of damage potential with those hacks and the EMP. But do you really think that character is as strong as people make it out to be?
I mean, honestly, it kind of feels like it sometimes. And this is the reason you can just continuously hack targets. There isn't really a punishment on literally just keeping either a support or a tank hacked for absolute ever. And we've all felt it. Like, everyone's had either a quick play or a ranked experience where Sombra just decides, you know, out of all 5 people on the team, that you'll be the one that they go after. You'll be the one that they just keep constantly hacked. And I think for very small eggs, the problem for me, even though when they were running that Sombra, like, they were going for the correct targets in terms of who to hack, was that it took 3 players to try and take down one member of the Witches Coven. And when they did that, absolutely brilliant, you get that one pick, but they committed so many resources that you have to make sure that that pick sticks, because if you don't, if they just get rezzed straight back up, all of those resources that you just put into taking that one player out of the game, you're not going to have them back on cooldown. And that resurrection comes through, you're going to be outnumbered, you're going to be in a very out of position as well. A lot of the time, like, we saw them get that pick and then move very quickly on. So especially if it was Serene on that Reinhardt, they were just able to immediately off of the back of that res get access to the backline, because very small X had already moved on to the next part of the fight. No one was really looking at the Rein. So when the res comes through, that they're literally behind the entire team.
Well, in a lot of what's going on with the very small eggs, it's been off the back of Amelia, right? Like Amelia's been the one to kind of bring things through and actually open things up. She's been amazing on the Genji, on whatever she plays, but unfortunately, very small eggs hasn't been able to capitalize off of that damage.
Yeah, exactly. And already we can see as we move into King's Row, Lemony is actually going to be coming in on that Lucio, so a lot of my fears are abating, which is Coven again going to actually be running Serene on that Reinhardt. This is where we saw Rein still be being played in Overwatch League, even in Overwatch 2 for some teams, just because of the rush potential that was there. However, the Witches Coven, they're not running the Lucio, they're using that Sim TP to be able to get that Reinhardt into that close quarters fight, as Lemony on that Lucio does not have time to try and get the team to disengage, as they go down to the Searching Sonic.
Yeah, Sylvex threads that needle through the back line, gets that Lucio. Lemony's going to have to speed back, but without that Lucio, they don't have a lot of heals. And that Hanzo with Bocce on the front line just pumping in damage. Nice job by Sylvex. Them on Hanzo, they've been so good.
Yeah, this is the problem for very small. They lose that Lucio, so they lose the disengagement tool. They also lose the engagement tool. So BB Doll and that Zarya becomes very slow, very clunky, trying to push into that Reinhardt. You've got the Hanzo and the Sim. The Hanzo is just continuously putting out pressure to pop your bubbles. And it means that BB Doll just has absolutely no presence. Lemony actually going to be swapping onto that Baptiste off of the Lucio, using the Immortality Field just to try and keep that Zarya alive. Also getting a swap for the DPS. Prince Mew, he's actually going to be going onto that Junkrat, Amelia onto that Soldier. So when this Matrix comes through from Lemony, they're going to have a lot of kill potential with it. The problem is they have to board it up. And Sononot actually goes down on the Ana so early on, which is coming, threading the needle and taking out these supports. It is going to be traded out for Sylvex. But again, the resurrection's there!
I mean, it's just smart from Prince, but yeah, the resurrect already onto Sylvex, brings them back into the fight, and now they're going to have that Hanzo ultimates ready to go, and that should be huge in King's Row with these street spaces that are so tight. The choke points are so close quarters, so this Hanzo ult should be big. Here it comes, now the Valkyrie as well on Omi. But look at this, the lamp has to be popped just to keep BB Doll alive in this fight, but they are going to fall to Bacci because Bacci's just been pushing forward. But Prince Mew on the Junkrat finds Bacci. Omi does get Amelia with like the melee, and Prince Mew gets Serene on the other side with the Riptire, so it does make it even. The Nano Boost should be available soon for Sonana, but at the same time, Omi gets another Resurrect, and now Apache back in this fight. It gives them the man advantage, and at the same time, Sylvex on the front line. They do get naded, but unfortunately, they're not going to fall. There's not enough damage from Prince Mew just yet. The Immortality Field is committed. They have the Nano Boost to retest, and they have the Nanovisor. Are they going to pop it? But no! Sylvex from across the map with a nice Hanzo shot. It finds Amelia, and now the retest has to come through with the Nano Boost, but they're not going to commit it. The Sleep Dart's blocked by a shield. Now they pop it on the Zarya. Down one more, but the Graviton Surge, it's into the back line. Can they find a kill? No, it doesn't look like the Reinhardt is there to block all of that damage with the Coalescence. They finally clean things up with the Hanzo ultimate as well.
Oh my goodness, Sylvex. She's so good! Just absolutely dunks Amelia in the head as that Visor comes on through. Silverline for small legs. So that's Nano had not come onto the soldier just yet. But very small legs with Amelia swapping onto that Widowmaker. Actually going to be able to find Sylvex, but again, the resurrection is there. Omi behind the box is able to use the cover to get the Hanzo back into that fight. It's very small eggs having to opt in for the swap onto both the Widow and the Orisa just to try and control how that Hanzo pokes into these fights before they begin.
Window comes through from Lemony, but the wall is there. It's going to be hard to deal with it, but now the Riptire is here to come through, potentially into the backline and find the damage, but it can't take any damage from the Witch's Coven before it actually blows up. But no, it just gets onto the Reinhardt. They don't get really maximum value, but guess who is getting max value? It's Sylvex all the way in their spawn. Prince View finds them with a concussion mine, so they do get traded out, and that might be enough as the anti-grenade comes through as one to the Reinhardt. That's everybody purple, but Sonana doesn't keep their team alive. Unfortunately, Prince Mew is sure to fall, but Sylvex once more finds Sonana, finds Lemony at the same time, and Bocce's there. They close things out with this Orisa onto the point. They can't actually stop this push. 3 minutes and 49 seconds. The Witch's Coven snowball through King's Row.
Yeah, for Sonana, like, coming in with those anti-nades, it's massive. It punishes the fact that Witch's Coven aren't actually running that Kiriko. They don't have the Zarya either, so no cleanse. That anti-nade is going to stick for the entire duration. The problem is you're trying to put it past a Reinhardt shield. And Serene isn't really getting pressured the way that BB Doll is getting pressured when those fights start ramping up. Because Sylvex on that Hanzo is just constantly putting out so much damage. The fact that we actually see the swap onto the Orisa, just so you can try and javelin spin before the fight begins, so that Sylvex isn't able to open up these fights entirely by getting those cheeky shots on that Hanzo. Like, you can see how much pressure that one DPS is exerting on this entire team. As now we see that side swap come through, Serene sticking on that Reinhardt battery once again, going to be coming out on that Symmetra. Sylvex going onto the Sombra. So that backline for very small eggs is potentially going to be punished again. If they try to run that Lucio, you're going to be hacked out and very vulnerable. Sylvex is just going to absolutely chew through any of your health bars. If you try and run this Pharah, I think this is the best shot that very small eggs have. Which is covered. They're not running the Sojourn. They're not running any form of hit scan. So that Pharmacy could be just really good at breaking that Reinhardt shield to make sure that you can actually get to the squishies hidden below.
They're running the Winton here as they actually run the Pharah as well, and a Mercy composition on that offensive side. And like you mentioned, this is their one opportunity to make things work. But with Sylvex constantly hacking this Mercy out of the air, can Lemony actually survive this backline push and the backline pressure from Sylvex? Sylvex has to back up. The railgun charge has been built for Amelia. She has been the one to actually open things for small eggs here as Prince Mew on the top side doesn't get hacked and luckily stays alive on top of this point, but looks onto the Sombra, forces the recall out, but now the Symmetra teleport is here. Thought that they would TP over to the high ground, but Amelia is the one to find Sylvex early. So now they're down one pick, and the Resurrect come through from Omi, which they have done so many times before. The Sojourn Disruptor shot comes into the backline. The Winston on to Omi. Omi can't get the Resurrect, and now BB Doll comes to the point. They found the two opening picks that they needed, Moxie, and as you called it, very small eggs. They're going to slowly work their way through this point, force that Moira reposition, and now towards this point, it's just to Reinhardt. They don't have a lot of heals, and finally Amelia and Prince Mew close things out, and they capture out first point on King's Row.
The problem for Witch's Coven is that Sylvex doesn't actually try and initially hack Prince Mew. on his pick of Farah, they go for BB Doll to try and delay that dive from coming through from very small eggs in the hopes that when the Winston doesn't go in, the space isn't there for the Farah to be able to pressure out the team. Unfortunately for Witch's Coven, they don't really have anyone. No Kiriko, no Tracer to actually really play off of the Sombra's hacks. And so for very small eggs, they just wait for BB Doll to actually be able to move forward, and Prince Me, without any hits scan really stopping his rampage, is able to build up to that barrage. Now we see Bachi actually swap away from that sim onto that traditional hit scan of the Soldier to try and keep the Farah in check. But that barrage is definitely something Coven have to watch out for.
Yeah, Prince Mew's ready to go on the high ground. The overclock comes through from Amelia. Do they find a kill here? It looks like they're just trying to pressure for Prince Mew to get this barrage. There's one. Can they find Omi? Yes, they find them through Amelia. And now the continued pressure of very small eggs is actually working out. And which is Coven. This is the problem with being Coven. This is the problem of being like a free agent team, Moxie, is that you don't know how to kind of deal with these cheesier quote-unquote compositions like the Pharah and the Winston.
I mean, I wouldn't even say this is cheesy. This is actually really smart coming through from very small eggs because they have adaptation now. The Winston, Farah, and Sojin can all deny the resurrections coming through from Omi, as well as applying pressure for Serene on that Reinhardt, who didn't really have that pressure being exerted on the shield previously. However, Bashi on that tag visor for the Soldier is just going to absolutely decimate the entire team because you're running Ana and Mercy. The burst healing is not enough. You don't have that Lucio, you don't have that BAP to give yourself any sort of bubble of safety when that tag visor activates.
But do they use too many ultimates here? They use the Coalescence, they use the EMP, and they use Attack Visor, Moxie. Very small eggs, what they use? Nothing. So coming into this next fight... Oh, yeah?
You wanted to win the fight because the Farah now actually has to intrude back into it. And that's when Bashi on this Soldier is going to be able to pick the Farah out before they can even try and fly up into the sky. As you can see, Sylvex just going for that continuous hack onto the Farah and then swapping target towards the Ana just to try and make sure that BB Doll doesn't really have that luxury of being able to jump on through.
Oh, the sleep!
Oh, the sleep onto Serene to cancel out the shatter. Very small eggs. The backline has bite. They're able to chew the Reinhardt out.
What a sleep dart. The shatter was huge from Serene, but nobody was there to fall through. They don't have that Lucy as well. So there's not a lot of damage follow-up here. It's very small eggs. They're going to continue on forward. They're only versus 3 members, so they don't need to commit any ultimates, and they're very smart to not do so. Prince View finds Omi, BB Doll finds Sylvex, and now they push onto this third phase and have a very healthy time bank of 4 minutes.
This is the swap that Witch's Coven needed 1 point ago. Serene going on to that Diva just to try and deny that pharmacy any sort of splash damage and poke face coming on through.
Overclock.
Witch's Coven not going to be able to hide from the overclock. The power slide to allow Amelia into an even more aggressive position. 2 have already fallen to the Sojourn, and more could potentially be on the way as that Diva is so vulnerable.
Yeah, this is exactly what very small eggs needed. They needed some snowball here, and now that they have it, they have the Neta Boost and Barrage, which is Coven. They have nothing here, Moxie. The only thing they're going to have to rely on is a hack onto the Sphera, who is barraging. And now, no translocator. Sylvex falls. They came back into this fight, and unfortunately had no translator ready to go. BB Doll goes into the front line, has that Primal Rage to keep themselves healthy for this fight, and they still have the Neta Barrage. And now comes the Barrage. No Neta Boost to follow up, so Bachi finds the kill. Pops the Attack Visor as well. They could still fall, but the Ancient Aid comes through into Bachi. Will they fall? No! Wall extremely low. They found 3 kills with Attack Visor. Sylvex was there to kill BB Doll, and even though very small eggs, they had the Neta Boost to fall through with the damage, they couldn't win that fight when it mattered most.
Yeah, Witch's Coven are going to have access to trying to keep this payload slowed for as long as possible. Very small X have identified that the Farah is just not viable into the hit scan of the Soldier and that Diva defense matrix. So Prince Mew is actually going to make that choice to swap over to the Junkrat. They're keeping the Mercy to just damage boost all of those nades, that spam damage that's coming out of that DPS. The Sylvex is posturing up for the EMP. It's going to connect onto 4 members, no nano boost to try and keep this team sustained, as Lily's going to go in with that Coalescence, catching everybody even through that Winston bubble and forcing them to retreat, having to absolutely give up any impact that potentially that nano boost onto the Winston could have found.
I will say, at least they got out of that fight pretty well. I mean, they at least backed up. They disengaged it. It was incredibly smart. Now the window comes through from Omi, and they're just going to keep doing that. Such a smart play, just to wait it out, continue to play this slow, and understand coming in the next fight, they should have an ultimate advantage.
Yeah, and very small legs aren't even getting spam damage at the moment to try and come in with an all advantage into this next fight. Amelia now comes in with that overclock. Serene has to be one of those targets. For Silvex in the backline, immediately sniped out. The Diva is slapped, but the kill doesn't come through in time. And Serene's able to drop the Diva bomb without the Winston bomber to save the backline. 2 fall to the nuke.
And Serene was going to cancel the resurrect too. I think Amelia assumed that they had another railgun shot charged up so they could get rid of that Diva. But once they realized they did, they were like, oh no, I can't get this baby Diva out of the air. And unfortunately, the Diva bomb came through and collapsed onto everybody of very small eggs.
Yeah, when you're running that Winston, that bubble, it's so fragile and flimsy. The Diva bomb is able to just count down the seconds when it's not available and catch everyone on that back line. Is Amelia going to swap onto that Ash Prince Mew onto the May for sustainability? With 60 seconds left, they just have to sustain and stay fighting on this card as long as possible to build into ultimates.
Yeah, they use the lamp here on this point. They continue to push forward, but the internet comes through once more. So Nananon has been huge with those because they get Batchy off of a crazy nade from him. And now very small legs. They know BB Doll has that primal rage, so he's going to continue to go forward. Sees 2 members at the mini. Nice, easy juggle, but Omi stays nice and healthy because the coalescence comes through from Lily. The Baptiste window is popped, and they melt Lily as well through the primal rage. Nananon is here off the fall through of that Mayo, but the EMP is here on the point, and Serene is still in this fight. They take down Amelia. Silvix gets Prince Muse, and still on this point is them. They're going to continue pumping in the damage to Sombra. You know, you can't take them lightly. They do so much damage. It's just not on this point. The Bob is here with the Ash, but the damage, it's not going to be enough to keep them alive onto this point. So not much trying to jump around. Falls to Bachi. Winston is back here with the Bob, but Bob eventually has to back up. Prince Muse back through with the hack potentially, but falls immediately to Omi, who is back on Kariko, and Bachi follows out onto Lemony and very small eggs. They will not be able to win on King's Row, and the Witches Coven win 2-0 in this series.
The Bob coming out from very small legs is very good at delaying and making sure that there is presence on that card. Unfortunately for them, they just have no ultimates to be able to immediately sweep that fight into their favor, and they're not able to finish out King's Row, allowing Witches Coven to take the series in a first two with a 2-0. It was extremely close, right? When that Farah comp was working, it was really working. The problem is that Farah comps rely on snowball momentum. The second that you lose control of the fight, especially moving on to point C of King's Row, it becomes very easy for the defense to take either high ground control or run something like that Diva and punish the fact that the skybox in comparison to point A and point B is a lot shorter. It's a lot smaller because of the ceiling that comes into play. So the Farah has less room to be able to maneuver and keep that movement a little bit harder to be able to predict, something that Witches Coven were able to take full advantage of every single time the Farah tried to set up.
Yeah, and I'm very curious to see what the Witches Coven have to say after that series. We're going to have an interview right after a short break, guys. So when we come back, we're going to talk to one of the winners from the Witches Coven. So I'll see you guys in just a bit. welcome back to the Calling All Heroes Challenger Cup, and we have an interview with a very special guest, one of the winners from the Witches Coven. It's Serene. How you doing? Congratulations on the win.
Hello, thank you. I appreciate having me on. Thanks.
Oh, we got video of you too. It's nice to have you.
Yes, hi.
Okay, so first of all, I have to ask, we hardly ever get to see it successfully run. You guys pulled out the Reinhardt, and it worked. So first of all, massive congratulations for being able to pull that one off. And second of all, why do you think it was able to find so much success?
So, especially as we were setting up our free agent team, we had more than a few kind of practice sessions that we got together. And we figured out strategies that worked really well with the players that we were picking, especially now that shields have been kind of pulled away a little bit. It's interesting to still play a shield in this game. I have tons of time on Reinhardt. I have mained him for season upon season upon season. So at the very least, my team played into my strength, and I was able to play into my team's strength.
Well, how is that like playing with a Mercy instead of like the Lucio, right? Because I would say that we more see, Lucio at Reinhardt. It enables you a bit more, right? Playing with that Lucio player to give you speed, right?
Exactly. The one thing that has at least assisted me in working with Ryan is the fact that I can cancel my charges. I can at least move around a little bit. I've done that a couple times in game too, where I at least try to put myself, even if I get a pin, I want to make sure that I put myself in a space where I'm still between the supports in my team. There was one time I pinned an Ana, but I didn't want to finish it off because I wanted to make sure that I wasn't going to put myself in a bad spot. So yeah, that's kind of the strategy when it comes to not really having a Lucio, but we have a very amazing Mercy that can bail me out of bad situations sometimes too.
Okay, speaking of, Omi was, absolutely MVP for me on that first control as that Mercy, getting all of those resurrections off. Obviously, being in a professional team environment, you get to have a lot of comms. What are the comms like when you're trying to pull off the Mercy reses?
Again, especially since I ran Reinhardt for such a long time, it's like I search out for my Mercy and then find out where she is. I attempt to stick my shield or my body in there and make sure that she does not die. But yeah, she'll tell us right where she is. We will make sure that we do the best we can to cover, and she gets those reses off. Even when we can't cover, she'll still get some of those reses off.
Oh yeah, you guys played amazing. So congratulations again on the win, Serena. Do you have anything else you want to say real quick before we head out of the broadcast with you?
Oh, I want to thank Blizzard for giving us the opportunity to set up these teams. I'm really grateful because I've met players that I normally wouldn't have met, and I'm glad to have this opportunity, and our team has been absolutely enjoying this tournament. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, it's good to have you. Thank you for coming by for the interview, Serena. It's been awesome to watch you guys. Congratulations again. Well, guys, that was Serena from the Witches Coven, and that was a really exciting series to watch, Moxie. We saw a lot of different compositions. We saw the Reinhardt with the Mercy. I mean, overall thoughts on the series, Moxie? I mean, it was a little one-sided, but we saw a lot of variations in which heroes were played.
Again, we saw that the pharmacy was extremely strong. Adaptations were made on the side of very small eggs. It could have been a second round of King's Row, but it was just that very good adaptation coming on through. And it's really nice to hear as well from the players themselves how impactful this initiative is. The fact that having those free agent teams doesn't just immediately discount you from being able to hold your own against some of these teams coming in with experience. We're already getting to see us having that impact. It's allowing these players to be able to connect with each other as well, and you can hear it from the players themselves how much they're enjoying it. And I, for one, I'm really happy that I get to see Reinhardt, because it feels like as soon as we saw the swap into Overwatch 2 and you lost one of those those off tanks, Reinhardt was just so squishy and fragile that very rarely we would actually be advocating for the Reinhardt to be slotted into these comps.
Yeah. No, we don't. I mean, at the same time, like you mentioned, we don't really ask Reinhardt players to do what Serene just did in that matchup. I mean, it's pretty hard to slot in as a Reinhardt, and that's probably that's the main reason why we don't see it. But guys, we're gonna make a short break. We're gonna be going to a short break. When we come back, we'll have Team Glade versus Team Toki, so you're not going to miss it. We'll be coming back very shortly, and we'll see you guys in just a bit. Everybody, welcome back to the Calling All Heroes broadcast, the Challengers Cup Series. Qualifiers number 1 with myself, Dusty Bowerman, joined by Moxie. And Moxie, we've had 2 exciting games today. We're moving on to the 3rd, and we'll be coming into a matchup between Team Glade and Team Toki. What do you think about this matchup so far, Moxie? Both teams, they're going to be pretty competitive, it looks like.
Yeah, pretty equal actually in terms of the standings. Both of these teams coming in with 2 wins and 2 losses apiece. So it's definitely on paper very, very even between these two. I'm looking forward to it. I do believe as well that that last matchup that we had was actually a little bit short. So we are going to be hopping in potentially when this game has already begun. So getting to see which team is already at a little bit of an advantage in terms of being able to take away that first control map is definitely going to have a little bit more of some information to be able to say which team is going to be favored.
Yeah, and Oasis was a 2-0, and we're moving on to Kings Row, in which we just saw Kings Row last map, and I thought we would see a little more Paraiso, but I guess not today. I guess we'll be seeing a lot more Kings Row. I mean, it is a classic map, right? You can't not play Kings Row. Everybody has to play Kings Row. It's one of the best maps, one of the most known maps in Overwatch's history, and the fact that there's a different day-night cycle now, it looks different, it looks a lot more vibrant, you can see a lot more in the city in general, kind of allows for, I wouldn't say any advantages competitively. Let's be real, okay? It's just a lighting change, okay? Not much is going to change in that aspect, but everybody kind of knows how to play Kings Row, and that should be the biggest aspect that we are looking for, and that's probably why Team Toki chose it, because they realized, okay, maybe we need to build synergy a bit more, and maybe we need to play a map where everybody is a lot more comfortable on.
I think for Paraiso, like, it is just becoming one of those maps which is just very easy to full hold. And so for a lot of these teams, having that unsureness, having that newness as well to try and factor in, why would you really go for that sort of inconsistency of a pick as opposed to something which is just muscle memory? To a lot of these players who have been with Overwatch 1 since its very first iteration, where we did get to see this map coming on through. And if there's anywhere that we could see Team Toki actually commit to this Reinhardt, it is this map. However, I will say I feel extremely sorry for Saturn if they do come in and commit onto that Reinhardt, because it's going to be into a Zarya. And Zarya in Overwatch 2 loves nothing more than a little bit of Reinhardt for breakfast, because those bubbles, the fact that you get so much more of them, really do just counter any impact that that double fire strike charge can find, as we're going to be seeing that Widowmaker on the side of Team Toki just looking for the picks. And it is actually going to be backing off and swapping potentially to, Sombra to be able to go into that backline and try and catch out some of those supports.
Imagine telling somebody in Overwatch 1 that Zarya will be a must pick over Reinhardt. They'll be like, what are you talking about? Zarya's an off tank. Why is she dealing with Reinhardt as an off tank? It's very interesting, but the nade comes through on Team Toki's offensive side. They're running that Reinhardt, like you said. The charge aggressive already from Saturn into the back line as Guardian Mad tries to look for that damage on the front line. while having no charge, but they are going to find Elliott at the same time. Going to go down. Demon finds Tanae in the back line, and he also gets Nick as well. And the follow-through damage from Glade there was perfection as they get a team wipe.
This is the problem for the Reinhardt. If you try and move forward and go for some of those squishies, one, the Lucio is just going to rotate away from you, the Moira is going to fade, the Genji is going to dash, and the Sombra is just going to translocate. So that only really leaves the Zarya within reach for the Reinhardt to go after, and the Zarya is just going to absolutely melt your health bar. As we can see, the Sombra just starting to go through, getting that hack to connect onto the Ana, so they're not able to actually get that burst healing from the nade to try to cancel out any impact. As now that Zarya moves forward, just pokes out that Reinhardt, forces Team Toki to wait for those cooldowns to come back online, and that Reinhardt's health bar is so low that your Zarya just gets to move straight past it.
And Glade knows exactly what they're trying to do. They really want to pressure that backline, build that Zarya up as Demon has that blade ready to go. Pops it, in fact, and Akari finds the Lucio on the other side of Team Toki. Demon finds Elliott as well, and Daddy finds the follow-through damage as Saturn. 2 minutes left here. Glade looking absolutely dominant on this first point.
Yeah, the fact that you were able to just get into that backline and keep Team Toki so separated, even when they're running that Lucio, means that they weren't able to actually build up the charge to be able to negate the blade with the sound barrier. And for Glade, it means that you don't actually have to commit the Graviton either. So you are going to have it moving into this next fight to couple it up with that EMP. So even if Team Toki are able to get the sound barrier online, that 1 second where you're not able to use abilities is just going to cancel out the barrier.
Yeah, Nick taking out of the hack, try to look for the hack on of his own. The shatter available for Saturn here. How do they go for this shatter? It's gonna matter. It only hits onto the backline, but it does get the Lucio. So without Daddy, how much damage do they really have? Akari says a lot, because they find Elliott, they find Corrin as well, and Nick falls. So does Saturn. Another team wipe for Glade on this first point off of the back of the Coalescence, EMP, and Graviton Surge.
Oh no! They tried to sound barrier, and again, the EMP just mitigated any impact that they could have had. Saturn had to move past the Zarya to be able to get that shatter off without having to worry about the bubble blocking it. And it means that even though the shatter connects onto the back line, Glade still have that win condition. That Sombra is doing so much damage. The sound barrier denied entirely. As Team Toki actually having to swap onto the Moira and the Kiriko just to be able to keep their supports alive, so the Reinhardt doesn't have to constantly turn around to peel for the backline.
Here, B has that overclock on the offensive side. They're going to have to go for it before Daddy can pop that beat drop. Maybe he can find the Lucio, or they can find the Lucio in the back line. The hack comes through from Nick. They actually get the Sombra and take Rin out of the next fight. So now, or without Akari in this next fight, they can't really do too much. But the overclock, it's negated by Guardian, and Damon on the other side gets Nick. Damon also finds Elliott, and with 27 seconds left, the Reinhardt tries to charge to the back line with the Kiriko, but they don't have any fall through damage. 20 seconds left. Glade, they're looking to hold here with no ticks given to Team Toki.
Well, Nick actually going to be trying to opt into that Widowmaker just to try and steal out one of these kills, but Glade sitting on both the Sound Barrier for sustain and that Blade for aggression, going to be holding all of his cards in this next fight. As Demon with the dash is able to remove the Sojourn, the Blade comes on through. Saturn on the Reinhardt charges forward, but that means that the Reinhardt isn't there to peel for the rest of the team, and there's nothing to slow him down. The Blade comes through,
5K.
and Blade going to pull off the full hold.
What a hold from Glade over Team Toki, and that should give them the win, 2-0 in this series. What a matchup between Team Glade. Oh, wait, that's not a win. Sorry, we're going to the other side. I was just so dominant in my brain. I'm like, I'm wired. Okay, once you first point hold King's Row, that means you must win, right? No, they had a shot on the offensive side, but with only having to get 33% on the board, I mean, it's looking likely they could move forward in this tournament.
Yeah, this is the real problem now, right, for Team Toki. They didn't really pick up any ticks. And so all Glade have to do is just bank up 5 ultimates and death ball over them. This is the real danger. And it does mean that Team Toki are going to be pushing on the edge of having to commit ultimates to be able to make sure that you have a fight pinned down, but also hold on to ultimates so that you're not out of resources for the fight afterwards. And that's a very hard line to be able to balance when you take into account the fact that every single player that this defenders lose, that respawn room is so much further away than it is for the attackers.
Yeah. Yeah, no, and especially, well, against somebody like Damon as well. I'm not sure how exactly you deal with this Genji that's just constantly pumping in damage, and that's what we talk about when we talk about strong characters in Overwatch 2. Genji is one of the best in the game. When you have a really Genji player, you're just bound to win. But Moxie, look at this. They're going for a cheese hold here with the Symmetra and the Mei. They're going to look for the wall. As soon as they come to the choke, there it is. Now they know where the Zarya is. Do they have to fall through damage? They do. Okay, they found it already. One, Damon's not there with the fall through damage, so they're going to have to back up. But that's an early kill already for Team Toki.
Toki literally going for that slow burn. Both the Mei and the Scimitar is getting that slow to connect onto players that try and cross that choke. As Glade now actually going to be swapping off of the Zarya onto the Diva to be able to use those boosters and just bypass the choke entirely. Team Toki actually having to just give up chokehold and move towards the point. As Glade starting to push towards that backline. Sombra getting into position just to pull a little bit of focus away so that that Diva and Genji can start to move forward.
Very interesting coming out of the stealth to actually go for the melee on the Symmetra turret is Akari. In the meantime, on the other side, Guardian trying to just continually pump in damage into the backline. Actually dives deep onto the end as the only one dealing with them, and Damon's there with the fall through. But look at the other side. B does find Daddy, but Damon in the same time just getting those dashes, getting those resets, kill after kill. They open up the point in Glade. Now they actually win this series 2-0 over Team Togi.
Yeah, for Glade, that was just one fight that they needed to keep that Reinhardt distracted. And again, we see the exact same strategy that they had when those sides were reversed. Demon on this Genji moves into that back line. And without that CC punishing the fact that the Ana's sleep now has a 3-second longer cooldown than its iteration in Overwatch 1. So if you don't shut that Genji down with that initial sleep dot, you are just absolutely deleted from the game, unfortunately. And for Glade, because they literally just need one tick, all they need is just one fight to temporarily go that way. The respawns are not going to be able to come in time for Team Toki to actually even be able to contest. And the second that Reinhardt is forced away from the backline, that's when it all goes downhill for the team.
Yeah, and Glade with a fantastic win over Team Toki. They look pretty strong. They look very good. It's surprising me that they actually are 3-2, but they're going to continue to move forward. Maybe they needed some more time to gel and synergize. But guys, we'll be going to a short break. When we come back, we'll have an interview more than likely with one of the members of Team Glade. You're not going to miss it. We'll be back right quick. Hello and welcome back to the Calling All Heroes Challengers Cup. And while we still wait for the interviewer, we're gonna go to the standings and give a little bit of a look on what's going on thus far in the tournament, Moxie. Because while these matches on stream have been incredibly exciting to watch, there's been a few matches happening off stream that have been continually happening, and a lot of the series have been a lot closer than we think. So let's take a look at those standings, shall we?
Yeah, I, for one, I'm going to be keeping my eye on whether or not Altior or Artemis are still undefeated. And it does seem like they are still, as unfortunately, it's not updated because obviously we are still waiting on this match and every other match to be able to round on out, so we can have a look at exactly how these scorelines in terms of that fifth match pans out for all of these teams. However, our amazing prod are telling me right now that Altior or Artemis are indeed currently undefeated, coming in with a clean 5-0. And
Wow.
definitely on paper, my personal picks to be able to walk away with that top spot moving into playoffs with an absolutely stacked roster.
Yeah, and imagine if we have both of those teams in the grand finals together. Both of the Alturia teams are in the grand finals. That'd be incredibly exciting. Maybe what if we get a close first round playoff match between those two teams? That'd be kind of crazy. I doubt the seeding would allow that to happen, but I still think it'd be a funny chance if it did. However, in that previous matchup we just saw, like, Genji play, Moxie, has been huge in this tournament thus far. I mean, it remains to be seen if we get to talk to our actual interview guest. However, Genji has been one of those characters that has truly put on performances that have been next level. However, besides just Genji, Moxie, wouldn't you agree it's also the Sojourn players that have been really the ones to kind of show themselves at the top of the hero base, I guess, in terms of the tier lists?
So I think for Sojourn players, like, it really is important that you're able to just farm up that railgun because, as you pointed out, she is extremely important in terms of the meta moving into contenders both on A sides and B sides. We saw a sort of disruption coming through from some teams favoring that Ashe over that Sojourn, but having that amount of control, the amount of damage that you're able to output as well in terms of keeping some of those tanks down, right? Chewing through the Reinhardt shield, a lot of the time Orisa players actually, the second that they see a good Sojourn, they have to just turn tail and javelin spin their way to spawn a little bit faster to be able to swap onto something that can handle that Sojourn a little bit better, because even if you go into something like that Fortify, you're still just allowing that Sojourn to continue to hit those railgun fires. So she's going to be coming in with that ramped up ult fire the second that your Fortify drops. And the fact that you can snipe out one of those squishies without even having to wait for an ultimate to come up is really where Sojourn finds her strength, because a lot of the time, comms are all about ult tracking and calling out positions.
Right.
In terms of trying to keep track of Sojourn, not only do you have to trace how far along that overclock status is, you also have to really keep track of how much damage that Sojourn has been putting down in that one single life. Because if you don't know when that railgun ult fire is coming on through with a significant lack of shielding, and if you're not running something like that Lucio, one of your squishies is being sniped and you're just going to have to turn around and try to disengage as cleanly as possible.
Yeah, that's a good point, because usually people have to track that railgun shot. I mean, that's the biggest thing with her, right? It's not the ultimate like you mentioned. It is tracking that railgun shot. That's why you'll hear so many people talk about, she has the beam, she has the blue, whatever they want to call it. It has a lot of different nicknames for the railgun alternative fire. And on the other side, with Genji, he's that secondary character similar to Sojourn that you always have to worry about, because if a Genji's in your backline and he gets that reset, or if he's close range to get those damage, get that right click damage, it's so hard to deal with a good Genji as well. And as we talked about earlier with one of our interview guests, I believe was it Dak, she mentioned how when you're playing Kiriko, it's kind of like Genji, where it's like you take these off angles that nobody's expecting, and you can get those early picks before anybody's even aware of the Kiriko or the Genji. So with that pressure, that's why Kiriko is being played so much alongside this Sojourn.
Yeah, and the thing about Genji as well is, like, a significant lack of CC means that you are free to just go for those backline kills. And that's what we're seeing. The second that that tank is occupied, those Genjis infiltrate. And we're actually waiting to see whether or not we can get a hold of Demon to ask them about their Genji play. Because honestly, looking at how their Genji interacted with the members of the team and was able to just push past that Reinhardt and instantly just assassinate the entirety of that backline, it really reinforces how important that Genji Genji is and how hard it is to actually be able to counter that hero at the moment because of those dash resets, because of the damage that the shuriken does, and the fact that you can actually follow up the shuriken with the melee off of the back of that dash as well. Pretty much just absolutely atomizing any squishy in that backline and then using the kill that you bagged to be able to find that dash reset and hoof it back to the rest of your team with absolutely no punishment. It used to be if you had a little bit of a Genji problem, you could call pest control and maybe get one of your supports to like swap off onto Brig. But now that Brig's shield bash still does a lot of damage, it doesn't actually have that stun effect. So you can't really try and swap back to that Brigida to actually try and keep a hold and keep those Genjis down. And as a result, it's forcing Pure to come through from the tank. And that's where you take advantage. That's where you really punch the fact, like with tanks like the Reinhardt, when he turns his back, even in terms of like Doomfists, when they're trying to go for that power block and they have like that arm just in front of their face. Unfortunately, they've only really mastered being able to block one part of their body at a single time. The Reinhardt shield and that Doomfist power block, it's not 360. It's only in front of them. So the second that they actually turn around, that's when the rest of the team, the 4 other players that aren't just the Genji, turn around and absolutely decimate that tank's health bar. And that was what we saw primarily occurring throughout the entirety of Glade's run of King's Row.
Wait, that'd be a crazy buff if they give Doomfist like a mini shield. You know, remember how in like the beta of Overwatch or I think it might have been like alpha. Like I think it was like Bastion had like a little shield on him when he would go into turret form. Maybe what if you keep that to Doomfist or something? Everybody would be mad. There's no way in the heck that would ever happen.
He just calls up Ham and be like, "Hey, can you just like make me a mecha Zorb?"
Yeah,
go around.
It'd be cool looking. It'd be cool looking. It'd be very annoying to play against, but it'd be cool. Right? I don't know. Like, I think that Doomfist, people have always talked about how the character's like not in a great spot at the current moment, right? Doomfist, the reason we don't really see him too much is because he's so weak. He's more of like a DPS role on tank. And a lot of tanks in Overwatch 2, Moxie, I've talked about this plentyfold. Tanks are really strong. Tanks are some of the strongest characters in the entire game. And because of that, you kind of need to be at a certain level. Doomfist, if you were to compare him to a DPS or a damage dealer, maybe he's not that strong because the tanks themselves, they have to not only be pumping damage, but they also have to have an incredibly high amount of health. And that's what tanks do. That's why Orisa is a pretty solid character. That's why Zarya is a pretty solid character. That's why D.Va is a solid character, right? When you compare characters like Doomfist or a Junker Queen, some of them just either don't match up in terms of tankiness or the overall utility. And that's why we see a lot more of that Zarya or D.Va. Sometimes even Reinhardt. We've seen some Reinhardts today, Moxie, like we talked about. And Reinhardt didn't even look that bad, honestly.
Yeah, I think the problem for Doom is that his kit is very self-centered, right? The power block only covers the Doomfist. It doesn't really reach out to the rest of your team. Pure in the form of a Doomfist literally just comes in him trying to get those stuns to connect onto those players as well. And for the Doom, he can actually be countered by a lot of times the other tank. Like, my favorite thing to do in quick play, if I'm up against the Doomfist, is swap to Orisa, wait for the power block to come through on the Doomfist, just rub my hands in glee, and then lob a javelin right through the elbow because it immediately stunlocks him out of the power block, denying him from getting to charge up that gauntlet. So that follow-through punch after the power block, it doesn't get that ramp-up damage or speed. So he very quickly gets thrown back into the rest of his team, and that creates the space to be able to just push forward. And that's what really tanks need to be able to do, especially given the fact that you don't have an off tank at the moment. And so many of the DPSs have become very flanky to try and take up as much space as possible for as little risk as possible. If a tank isn't going forward and creating space for those DPS to work off of, he's not really bringing a lot of utility to the rest of the team, even if they might be able to find 1 or 2 kills.
Yeah, we like Doomfist, but unfortunately, he's just not bringing enough to the table. But guys, we will be going to a short break. When we come back, we're actually going to come back to the round 6 matches, so you're not going to want to miss that. The break will be a little bit longer than the last one, but when we come back, we're going to have some exciting Overwatch, the last matches of the day, so you're going to want to stick around for that. We'll see you guys in just a bit. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Calling All Heroes Cup. And we're still in the first qualifiers and ending up with the last match of the day. We've seen 3 matches, came in on one of them, and now Moxie coming into the last match of the day. This is going to be a really exciting one because it's yet again more free agent teams. And in this standings, there's actually been some teams that have been doing well who have kind of put things together last minute.
Yeah, I'm really excited to sort of get to see how all of these teams have been able to very quickly synergize with all 4 of their other players. It's always really exciting with how quick and fast tempoed Overwatch 2 has begun. Like, you really do need to be on top of that communication and coordination. Yes, we have the ping wheel to make sure that you're able to really call out positions of players who are flanking. But in terms of being able to use those ultimates, it really is important that you don't overlay both support ultimates. When your tank uses an ultimate, everyone is in position to be able to capitalize off the back of it. Because if you do throw those ultimates away and no one's really able to play off the space that they should create, very quickly teams are able to pinpoint that weakness and take full advantage.
Yeah, no, exactly. Now, we brought up the pings, Mox. I'm very curious if there ever would be a team where we would see them only ping instead of actually communicate. But yeah, guys, the matchup we have coming on with you right about now is going to be Frog Champs versus Lunar Foxes. And Lunar Foxes, we're talking about them first. This is another team where it's a free agent lineup. Everybody's coming together for this tournament as a solo queue person and is going to try to find another group of players to play with and just have fun and kind of, you know, feel each other out, get the vibes, and play in the tournament together for the very first time.
Do you know what my initial vibe of this team is? Disappointment, because even though they're called Lunar Foxes, both Star Sapphire and G equals Mass are not currently teasing the Kiriko. This may change, obviously. They're able to move away from the Mercy and the Moira if they want to. However, it's very fitting as a name to lock in that particular support. And Frog Champs coming in with one of my absolute favorite names of teams that are going to be participating. I'm a sucker for puns, Dustin. I really do love them. Maybe it's just my background as an English lit student and all of the years I did as creative writing, but puns are my jam.
Listen, Moxie, I'm on the exact opposite train here, okay? Frog Champs, how dare you? I'm just kidding. No, they've been a fantastic team, I'm sure, but they're going to be... do you think we're going to see the Lucio? Just based on the fact of the team name, the player name, and all those kind of things, do you think we're going to see Lucio, or is that a little bit preemptive to assume?
I mean, I feel like if you name your team after Frog, you name your battle tag after Frog, we might be seeing a little bit of favoritism towards Lucio. But honestly, what better meta is there to be a Lucio main? And the answer is not really. Matter.
Yeah.
Because just as Genji and all of these backline assassins really vibe with the fact that there is a significant absence of CC, so too does the Lucio. And the amount of value that we've seen these Lucios getting if they're able to get into that backline, with the boop as well being one of those very few tools that abilities actually have access to, being able to displace some of these heroes in terms of things like the Genji Blade, even Junker Queen's Rampage. One of those hard counters was either the Break Flail coming on through, but if you're not running the Break Flail, second best thing is just that Lucio knockback.
Yeah, no, you need to have that boop, or, I mean, even Zen kick maybe, Moxie, where you just try to kick the Zen, but that would require you to both run that Ana. And coming into Busan, right, you have that potential, specifically on, I guess, mecha base, to just kind of run through them. There's always that coast where you can get booped off the map, but, you know, generally that doesn't really happen unless somebody gets too close. But look at that, Moxie, we called it mecha base. The first one we're going into today in Lunar Foxes, well, they might run that Kiriko like you asked.
Oh, I'm a big fan of this composition, and for Frog Champs, like, they're going to have a really hard time because yes, Bingus is coming in on that Sojourn, but it's not the traditional hit scan. It's a little bit hard to try to keep a track of that Pharah's movement. The one advantage that Frog Champs are going to have in terms of that Pharah is that they're running the Mercy, so 24/7 pocket and so much damage ramp up to be able to take out those squishies.
Yeah, Phoenix Havoc with the early pick onto Acerin at the backside. Now they move forward towards that point. And Sleep Dart comes through, but unfortunately misses on the side of iFroggy, who is not playing Lucio in this side, but the Suzu comes out to cleanse the Zarya on the front line as the Zarya of Layla goes down to 1 HP, but in the meantime, there's Bingus on the other side with the Sojourn as Salmon runs them down, and Layla falls At the same time, Frog Champs, they open up this point. Acerin does get Phoenix Havoc. That's the downside of running a Pharah versus this Ashe, as there's so much sky damage. But at the same time, the Moira is off the map of Lunar Foxes, and now Frog Champs, they take control of the point off of that. But Julie does take down Belisar at the other side. Bingus gets booped back by the concussion. But at the same time, Lunar Foxes, they don't have enough here. They're going to have to get healthy before they come back once more.
Yeah, running that Sojourn, not only do you have that Railgun amp charge, you also have that Disruptor shot, which we haven't really got to see a lot of today. But when you run it into that Zarya, yes, she can use the opportunity to get a lot of bubble charge. It does stop that front line from being able to push through the shot and try and collapse into your front line. So if Althara on that Mercy needs to get the res opportunity, the space is going to be created by the rest of the team. However, Acerin on that Ashe has been able to make it onto the point and is now taking out that Pharah, given the fact that Belisar was actually out of position for that resurrection. The Pharah, without that support vein, is not able to actually challenge the Ashe and keep her on the tap.
Yeah, nice shots from Acerin there in that fight as Frog Champs regroup. They have that barrage coming in with the Valkyrie, so they're going to probably activate that early, the Valkyrie, to actually create some space here and keep their team nice and healthy as they come through onto that point. In the meantime, Acerin on the point does get that Suzu early, so now they can't pocket Julie in the sky. But at the same time, the Kiriko Rush does come through as Julie pops the barrage. They're taken down by Froggy, and on the other side, Phoenix Havoc takes down the opposite Pharah, as well as Starspire at the same time as Acerin takes down Phoenix Havoc. In the meantime, Salmon on the point has to deal with his Bob and the Ashe in the back line, and they do so with flying colors. 53% of the board. The Bob actually slept in the back line, is sure to wake up in just a moment, but Frog Champs flips the point off the back of a Valkyrie barrage and Graviton Surge.
Now, Lunar Foxes, though, very close to a Graviton of their own. And yes, they don't have a barrage, a Bob, or a Kitsune Rush to really capitalize off of the back of it. But again, Frog Champs not running that Lucio because they just need the Ana for the burst healing to make up for the Mercy being there for the Pharah. They're not going to have a way to actually sustain through the ultimate. So as long as Layla is fully charged, they're going to get so much damage.
Yeah, Layla just running into the backline, picks off Bingus, and now they pop that Coalescence. Belisar gets the resurrect onto Bingus. The Coalescence, it doesn't have the fall through damage, so unfortunately they have to fall back to their team as Acerin does get Phoenix Havoc on the side. The Graviton Surge onto the back line. Can it find the Sojourn, who's overclocking? Yes, it can. And now on the other side, the nano boosted Zarya goes into the back line, gets Starfire, and actually the sleep comes through on the Layla, who's going to win the Zarya battle. The double pocket is still here, but Belisara falls off the map, and Salmon gets Acerin on the other side of the map, as well as now Salmon doesn't have enough sustain and healing as iFroggy falls. Salmon does as well, but Phoenix Havoc is still here with their Sojourn, and the point never flipped, so Lunar Foxes are going to have to reset once more.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Lunar Foxes, that fight went on pretty darn long, so they're going to be coming into this next fight, final fight territory, without a single ultimate, Dustin, to be able to break through choke, and that's exactly where Frog Champs want to be playing from, because Phoenix on this first is just going to get so much spam damage before the fight even begins. Really swapping onto that Soldier, Layla just having to go for that bubble and step onto point to be able to contest and keep Lunar Foxes alive a little bit longer.
Acerin looking for this ferret in the sky. Unfortunately, it's been very hard to hit him, but now they do. Phoenix Havoc does go down to Acerin on the other side, looking for shots onto the back line now. Is Acerin. Lunar Foxes, they have the control here, but no, Salmon chases down Acerin, so that's one down. Belisara does have the Resurrect available with the Valkyrie, but doesn't go for it. Starfire gets the Resurrect of their own on Acerin on the other side of the map as Phoenix Havoc comes back, but Salmon, the entire time, has been a one-man wrecking crew, or a one Zarya wrecking crew, rather, into the backline. iFroggy gets Julie as well, and Frog Champs with a steady hold here stops Lunar Foxes in their tracks and win the first round on Mecha Base.
Yeah, again, that Disruptor shot coming through from Bingus just goes straight slap bang onto that point, and it actually kites Lunar Foxes out of the Disruptor damage. They don't take that tick and they don't take that slow. It pushes them into the arms of Salmon on that Zarya. That fully charged up Zarya too, who just bursts through their health bars and allows Frog Champs to be able to win that final fight and take Mecha Base as we head over towards downtown. This is the map that Lunar Foxes wanted. Acerin can now play their favorite hero, which is the Widowmaker. This is what you want to have, that instant one-tap potential to deny both the Mercy and the Pharah. If anything is going to keep Phoenix in check, it's this pick.
we have to bear in mind that in this series, both of these teams are free agent rosters, so they have to adapt on the fly. And Aceryn back on a comfortable character. It's going to be interesting to see if they can hit those Widow shots, but unfortunately, they're going to have to take shots from Phoenix Havoc on the other side of the map. But in the meantime, on the point is Julie, having to deal with the Sphera, uses the heal station for themselves, and now Phoenix goes down, but the immediate resurrect from Belisara keeps them nice and healthy. As Frog Champs, they're back in this fight. They have the 5 versus 5 here as the Moira tries to go for DPS in the backline as Froggy as well. The DPS duo, the support duo rather, dealing damage onto Layla as well as Bingus finds Gatewall as well. On the other side, Bingus running into the backline as well as Salmon takes down Layla. The Immortality Field goes down. Aceryn does take down Belisara, but at the same time, Frog Champs, they had complete control of that point.
Yeah, Bingus, again, just using that disruptor shot behind Layla. So she's not able to disengage towards the right. She gets pushed back towards the remaining members of Frog Champs and does go down. Now we're going to see the swaps come through. Aceryn actually going to be off the Widowmaker onto that Ashe. Layla coming onto that Reinhardt to try and use that shield to mitigate a little bit of that splash damage coming through from the far as that poke phase starts to begin. Has used the charge to be able to create a lot of space for the rest of the team to be able to move through from choke, but you only have a Mercy to try and keep you up. You're taking so much damage. All they have to do is walk right past you and even look for the melee as the Rhine goes down. A last-ditch effort on the resurrection does see the Rhine come back through, but without any support, it's just delaying the inevitable.
Wait, but Aceryn finds one. Belisara goes down. Can they deal with the 1v3? No, unfortunately. Everybody was kind of low. Maybe something could have happened, but Frog Champs hold pretty steadily there as Lunar Fox is reset once more. And coming to this next fight, Moxie, they only have the Coalescence and Shatter. They'll have a Valkyrie, but with 60% of the board, maybe this could look like last fight territory without Lucio's speed.
Yeah, I'm just a little bit concerned for Lunar Foxes coming in against this barrage because they have the Reinhardt shield, but that's going to shred in seconds. They do have the Coalescence. The Moira can try and fade out of it, so it is going to be down to G equals mass to be able to keep the Reinhardt through. But there's the grab with that barrage, and the Reinhardt is gone.
Yeah, that's already one down. G equals math with the counter trade onto Froggy. Resurrect does come through from Sapphire, so that was a perfect resurrect, but the shatter is here from Layla onto the backline, lands onto Bingus. The lamp can't save you from that as Layla is just swinging onto the backline consistently onto Salmon, and without their team, a reset is sure to come through as Aceryn looks for the final blow, and Frog Champs are going to reset, but now they have that Baptiste window to recontest with.
Yeah, and that's why we're not really seeing Lunar Foxes trying to put up the position to be able to take advantage of choke. They know that the BAP has that window. They can't really try to peek into it because it's going to be down to their squishies to be able to retain control of this point. That Tac Visor can be absolutely massive, but you're going to have to win the fight decisively because too long, and Simon's going to be coming in with a Graviton.
Yeah, they are building the Graviton Surge very, very fast as Froggy does have that Baptiste window ready to go, ready to pop on the high ground. She's going to do it in just a moment. Now pops the window and already onto that Reinhardt. The Mercy's up top high ground as Phoenix finds them. The lamp comes out to keep the Zarya nice and healthy, but look at this. The Tac Visor on the other side from Julie finds Phoenix Havoc, but Julie smartly playing their lives on the other side. Looks for the backline. Can they find the Sojourn? No. Salmon is there. Graviton Surge just to clean things up on the Layla. The Bob gets stuck in it, and Aceryn's not there to close things out. It's just the Moira and the Bob on the point. There's not much more they could do. 97% of the board. It's just this Mercy to try to delay things. Does the Mercy boost up into the high ground? But unfortunately, it's just them. They can't touch, and Frog Champs wins map 1 pretty convincingly.
Yeah, again, it's just that really tough position where you lose so many of those points. The percentage is against you. If you had a little bit of control over that choke, maybe you would have been able to delay long enough to be able to equalize point percentage of your own. The problem was that relying on both the Bob and that Tac Visor, it's very flimsy, right? Because the potential is when they're coming through from choke, you're going to pop either that Soldier or the Ashe ultimate, and then what are they going to do? Well, they're just going to disengage. They're going to wait it out, and then they're going to come back in and walk onto that point, and you don't have an ultimate to try to throw into their face and shut them out. And so it's a tough decision. I think it's the right decision, especially if you're running up against a BAP. You don't want to try and use an ultimate and then see a lamp just come through, wait 15 seconds, that cooldown's back up, they push back onto the point, and all of the control that you could potentially have had in finding those picks is just drained away.
Yeah, I mean, that sucks. It's really hard to deal with the Frog Champs, who have been a great job at just defending that point. Lunar Foxes, unfortunately, going down a map. But guys, when we come back, we'll be going to a short break real quick. But when we come back, we'll be going to the map number 2 to see if Lunar Foxes can run it back onto Frog Champs and actually make a reverse sweep in this first to 2. Hello, welcome back to the Calling All Heroes Contenders or Challengers Cup. Sorry, I got confused there for a moment because we're running alongside with the Path to Pro series. But guys, we are back with myself, Dustin Bowerman, and Moxie, and we're coming into the map number 2 of Lunar Foxes versus Frog Champs, in which on that map 1 on Busan, Moxie, Frog Champs, they look so good.
Yeah, again, I think we were sort of talking about this between the break and sort of going, okay, why is this matchup looking so strong for Frog Champs, given the fact that they actually have a lower collective SR? And it comes down to a lot of the time these hero pools, right? Having Salmon and her experience of playing that Zarya going up against a Reinhardt in Overwatch 2, it's very hard to make a Reinhardt actually work. Yeah. In terms of Overwatch 2, given the fact that unfortunately for Lunar Foxes, the way that they played that Reinhardt, you had to charge forward to create the space for the rest of your team to actually be able to move forward. And then it's just a domino effect. The Mercy is the only one who really is able to actually have the mobility to be able to come along with you. And when you deprive everyone else of that Mercy heal, they become extremely vulnerable. And G-Cosmas has been doing a very admirable job on that Moira, trying to survive, mitigating a lot of the graviton impact with the Coalescence. But the thing with Moira is in terms of when you use that Coalescence, you can't use the Fade. So you become very vulnerable. And just a smidgen of target focus towards that Moira entirely deprives any impact that you could have had of trying to block out that ult.
Well, Moxie, we'll be going to Eichenwalde, which is not really expected, I would say, for a team that likes to play the Reinhardt for Lunar Foxes. So, interesting decision for them, but I'm sure they have a specific reason for it. Maybe it's to continue to have this Pharah duel in the sky, but I'm sure Frog Champs, we've seen Phoenix Havoc run that Pharah in the first map. They played amazing. I would not be surprised if we see that again.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we see both teams again trying to play that pharmacy. Both of them did try to adapt it towards mecha bases. We can have a look at what Frog Champs are going to be locking in with, given the fact that they are on defense. They're out of their spawns, are not going to be able to change. So again, having that Mercy, having that Pharah pocket, forces iFroggy into going for the burst healing of the Ana, making her pretty vulnerable. If you are able to infiltrate into the backline, the problem is that Zarya is very self-sustainable with how often your bubbles come back onto cooldown and the amount of damage that you're able to output. And the Sojourn with the ability to power slide can actually move from front lines to back lines very easily to be able to peel for that Ana.
Right. Yeah, and that's going to be the tough part to deal with. But on the other side, Lunar Foxes, without that Lucio speed, this Reinhardt might be always in a hard position, especially against this Pharah. Already,
Ooh.
Phoenix Havoc finds Acerin. And on the backside, Julie tries to go for the flank, but they don't have that Mercy pocket to keep them nice and healthy. Star Sapphire does get the resurrect, but Layla goes down immediately. Salmon also gets Acerin, and Julie finally is ready on the flank, and now opts to just wait it out and play slow for Lunar Foxes to respawn.
Yeah, that far flank could be really good for Lunar Foxes. The problem is that it's going to have a delayed impact because the rest of the team went down. And now look at how far forward Frog Champs are playing. So even if Julie wants to use that far flank, she's actually going to have to make herself known.
What?
But she's just going for the backup. Everybody pick up one tick. There it is.
No, they didn't get it.
She almost got it.
She didn't get it though. No, she's 1 HP. Is she gonna live in this 1 versus 3? Somebody's gonna have to hit the shot on this Froggy. Oh no, it's all gone to waste.
Again, just lacking that mercy. That Pharah is very vulnerable. The decision was made that the Pharah would actually show herself to try to make sure that Lunar Foxes were able to walk past choke. But Frog Champs with that Zarya just get to move forward. And all of that space that the Pharah should have created is denied as Graviton into Barrage fully wipes all of the players stuck inside as it's just waiting for Julie's Cryo Freeze to break before they send them a packing.
2 minutes left now. Frog Champs with a fantastic Graviton Surge Fair combo. Now Belisar is going to have that Valkyrie coming to this next fight. Frog is going to have the Nana Boost, but Lunar Fox is on the flank. Acerin goes for it. Doesn't hit the Dynamite, sadly. Now has to back out towards the inside. And without any ultimates, Frog Champs against Lunar Foxes, it's going to be hard for Lunar Foxes to create some space here without this Valkyrie. Now they pop it.
They're going to be relying on this Graviton flux coming on through as Lunar Fox is trying to find any space to be able to push the team through that choke. Star Sapphire is actually able to take out that mirror. So the Mercy denied for Frog Champs, no resurrection to be able to get her back online as well. As Star Sapphire gets the Glock out, a little bit of a hypocritical off instead of the hypocritical oath. As the Mercy finds 2, allowing Lunar Foxes to finally open up the fight on point.
Yeah, but the Zarya is still alive, so as long as the Zarya is alive, it's always going to be winnable for Frog Champs as they have that grab ready to go, and they actually pop it. Salmon already grabs the back line as Layla does trade back Froggy, so that's a 1-for-1 trade, but the Zarya, as long as it's high charge, Salmon is sure to do a lot. The overclock comes through from Bingus, just trying to pump in damage to the Sigma, using it as often as they can, forces that Moira to use their fade into the back line, but they're sure to take them down in just a moment. Phoenix Havoc is the one to do so, actually. Now the Sigma falls as well. In 52 seconds left, Frog Champs looking like they have a dominant foothold on first point. I can follow that.
Phoenix sitting on that barrage as well, able to get that final shot onto Julius. Salmon just moves forward, eliminating any threat, and then immediately bulldozes over the Ash's body to make sure that Star Sapphire isn't able to res the DPS. Lunar Fox is going to be coming into this next fight with 30 seconds left, but 2 DPS ultimates to be able to work with. They just have to make sure they don't get caught out by a surprise back barrage coming through from Phoenix.
Yeah, that barrage could come through in just a second here as Phoenix Havoc ready to go with that barrage. Acer on the other side is going to have the Bob to potentially try to touch with, but 9 seconds left. The barrage is about to come through, and now it does. So the Bob could never hit. A 2K from the barrage. Salmon is with the fall through on Acer, and the May ult was there, and nobody can touch the point, unfortunately, because they're all frozen in Frog Champs with a nice first hold.
So they know that the barrage is going to be a problem. Star Sapphire actually swaps off the Mercy onto the Kiriko to try to make sure that they're actually able to use something like that Suzu to be able to mitigate the initial burst of that barrage. So if they get caught out by a back barrage the way that we saw, Acerin on that Ashe would have had the time to be able to turn around and whack the Pharah in the head with that Viper, but unfortunately it does not work out that way. Acerin goes down very, very quickly before the Bob can even come online to activate that overtime, and Lunar Foxes get caught in that choke. However, Eichenwald is one of those maps where we do from time to time see that choke being used for the impact of a full hold, and Lunar Foxes are now going to have the opportunity to use absolutely everything that Frog Champs did to turn against this team and try and pull off the same effect.
Yeah, no, it's going to be on them to try to hold here. The onus is on them with the Sombra. The disingenuous gameplay potentially could come through for dishonest gameplay for Julie. Let's see where they actually end up throwing their translocator, as they're just going to try to hack this Mercy, I imagine. Maybe Lucio, Frog Champ's going to try to mix things up with this Fair Mercy composition with the Lucio, which you don't really see too often.
Yeah, Luna Fox is playing for a lot of space and also a lot of self-survivability. So the Mercy is going to be sticking around and really giving Ezreal on this soldier a lot of oomph to their shots up against Phoenix on this Pharah. But Julie can go into that backline and just create a distraction to try and allow this team to have control of choke a little bit longer. However, Phoenix comes in immediately with a pick onto the soldier, and then the Mercy, who was pulled out of position to get the resurrection off. And this is very quickly going to be a defense falling apart for Luna Foxes, as there's no coming back from this one, Dustin.
Yeah, unfortunately for Lunar Foxes, they will fall to Frog Champs. Frog Champs takes the series 2-0 in a very successful first point hold, and also an incredibly successful King of the Hill match on Busan. So Phoenix Havoc, obviously a fantastic player on that Pharah, and the rest of them as well. They just played it so well, honestly, over Lunar Foxes on both Busan and Eichenwalde.
Yeah, that's like the real problem for a lot of the times. Like the Mercy, when you go for those resurrections, it's very punishing if you're able to land it onto one of those flanking DPS. Because obviously, they're going to be out of position. She's going to have to go for that resurrection. The Ana might not be in line of sight. Worse, if the Ana tries to actually come into line of sight to help that Mercy, a lot of the time the Ana gives away her position, and you can very quickly snap 2 supports up for the price of 1.
Oh yeah, and that's a big deal. That's really what led Frog Champs to capture out this victory. But guys, we'll be going to a short break. When we come back, we will have an interview with somebody from the winning team of Frog Champs. You're not going to miss it. We'll see you guys in just a sec. welcome back to the Calling All Heroes Challenger Cup Qualifiers #1. And guys, we're back and we have an interview with iFroggy. I'm assuming the inspiration of the team name itself. It's good to have you, iFroggy. How you doing? Congrats on the win.
Oh, hello. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'm pretty sure my username was the main inspiration for the team name.
So, first of all, I have to ask one thing when we were looking at the team sheet that stood out in comparison to the gameplay was that you actually listed Phoenix as your tank player and Salmon as your DPS. Was there a sort of event that triggered the role swap around?
Yeah, they just, like, when we went through matches, they would swap roles sometimes, like, they would go from DPS, tank, or back, you know?
Yeah. No, that makes a lot of sense. And for you, iFroggy, I mean, how did you come up with your name specifically, by the way? Because I noticed you didn't actually play a lot of Lucio. You played some Anna, you played some other flex support characters. Do you feel comfortable playing other characters besides Lucio?
So, yeah, my main inspiration for my name was actually Lucio. He's my favorite character, personality-wise, and he was my first main ever in a video game, so he means a lot to me. But I play other support characters too, because if Lucio doesn't work out, I can try other characters too.
So speaking of Lucio then, moving into Overwatch 2, obviously there's a significant less CC coming on through, which does mean that Lucio gets a little bit more freedom to shine. As a Lucio player, how are you actually enjoying that change?
I like it a lot. I feel like I can just, like, wall ride around the map. It's pretty fun.
Yeah, I bet. No, it's so much fun playing Lucio, I think, in this current meta. But iFroggy, congratulations on the win. Do you have anything you want to say real quick before we let you go?
Hello to everyone watching, and hi to my mom. And, Ribbit.
Ribbit. Thank you for coming, iFroggy. It's good to have you. Congratulations again on your win. And I hope you get to celebrate a little bit. We'll see you next match.
Thank you.
Well, guys, it was iFroggy from said team. So thank you so much for watching that broadcast, guys, that match specifically, and an interview with them as well. It's good to have them. But Moxie, what an incredible series of games, and we actually have more coming up in just a second, as far as I'm aware, which is going to be incredibly exciting because this tournament has been very, very. I would say in these best out of threes, it's super fast. It's like we're going through like lightning rounds of Overwatch almost, right?
I mean, it's super fitting, right, that we just had Frog Champs to getting that win, and then we're very quickly going to be hopping over to another match with, yes, how fast these first to twos have been. And I think for a lot of these teams, like, first to two is a very, very fast matchup. So it really is very important that these players are able to adapt very quickly into the compositions that they're coming up against before they're able to head into tomorrow's format change, which obviously becomes a first to three. So a little bit longer, a little bit more time to be able to find your feet and really nail down how your opponents like to play, which forces a lot of these players, especially those squishies, to be able to make some very quick snap decisions and puts a lot of stress on communication as well, something that we're really seeing coming into play in terms of both the teams that had signed up as a full stack and also the free agency players as well.
Yeah, no, it's going to be hard on these teams to continue to actually improve and make sure they have the synergy required to win the entire tournament, because it's a big deal if they win, right? It's still a competition at the end of the day. And between this matchup of Team Moonlit and Icon, it's 1-1. So we're actually coming in on the third map, our very first, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong, Moxie. This is our first third map out of our first two, right?
Yeah. Today it is absolutely our first third map in the first to two up against Moonlit and Icon, and I cannot wait to see what compositions everyone is going to be running, as Moonlit up on that defense are going to be out of the gates first of all, going to be coming in with that Diva as well as the Widow and the Sojourn. This is something that's very traditional For Dorado, in terms of that Widow pick, there's a lot of really nice open sight lines. When you turn that first corner, the Widow can be a little bit harder to be able to get on top of, given the amount of high ground that she's able to grapple away with. And the fact that your health as well rocketed back to 200 as opposed to the 175 that was set upon in Overwatch 1 means that you have just a little bit more time to be able to survive if something like a Winston tries to push on top of you.
Yep. Moonlit gonna be on that D.Va like you mentioned, and Tink has that Widowmaker shot off the beginning, has the D.Va to body blocker. I don't know if they wanted the D.Va to block the line of sight on the spawn, but in fact, in that case, they did. So now Moonlit on the high ground. You will have this Widowmaker continue to look towards that backline, but Icon is very well aware of that, and they're waiting for that 3-2-1 dive. The hack did come through, and now the dive also lands. They almost get the Lucio, but no! The body shot onto Fizzily, and the fall through damage from Oleos' boost manages to find them, and now Parisa drops down to the back to the low ground. Denny did find Symphony on the other side as Crescent does get Parisa. Tink then jumps back to the high ground looking for those Widow one-shots, but now has to deal with an Echo in their face. Eventually they'll fall, but Oleos on the other side does find an EMP on the other side of the map, and they're still nice and healthy. So in the meantime, Moonlit, they're down one, and Denny finds Crescent as well, and now you just have this Lucio and D.Va on the payload, and this Echo alone by themselves have been able to pump in the damage toward this backline. The hack did come through, but Denny, low HP, pops the beam, and that melts the D.Va as well. And what a fantastic Echo play, because they already have their ultimate here, Moxie.
Yeah, punishing the fact that Moonlit actually tried to regress back into that fight when they were still lacking Symphony on that Moira, and Echo with that beam does more damage when targets are below 50%. So Danny on that Echo absolutely melting everybody around us. Okay.
Oh my god! I just saw Sombra teleport to the ocean and take a nap or something. That was crazy. But how do we analyze
Sombra
that, Moxie?
Sombra translocating us.
We got hacked. We got hacked. We just straight up got hacked.
We did. I'm waiting for the Sombra highlight intro, you know, where she just like pretends that it's someone else's play of the game, and then you hear that chuckle and the hack just pop up, and you're like, oh no, it was the Sombra all along. It's like Scooby-Doo, right? When the gang have caught the criminal and they're just there with them tied up, and they're about to like take the mask off, and it's like, oh, it was old woman Sombra all along.
I can see them doing that, to be honest. I don't know if they would ever do that, but guys, it looks like we're having some technical difficulties, so we have to work through these. But once we do, I'm sure we'll get right back to the match immediately, in which, honestly, at the very least, we can shout out Denny there on the Echo. Played amazing. Already getting your ultimate and bringing back in that team fight was almost... It was like a 1% chance of that happening. And like, they lost their entirety of their team. They lost 2 members, and yet they still somehow brought it back, chasing down members on the side of Moonlit. One by one, they managed to claw back and actually almost capture out that first point on Dorado.
Yeah, and you could see as well the stress that it put for Moonlit. Like, immediately we get to see that Widowmaker just swap straight from the Widowmaker onto the Ashe, as there is the acknowledgement that if you stay on that Widowmaker, you were just inviting yourself into that dive. The Sombra, the Winston, the Echo, all of them are just going to be bulldozing into your position, forcing that grapple out very early on. And then because that Winston, the jump is on such a low cooldown, the Echo as well with those stickies can just track where the Widow actually grapples back to. And because she doesn't have that grapple for another 12 seconds, you are just a sitting duck. So immediately swapping from that Widowmaker onto the Ashe, where you have the coach gun and the dynamite as well, if all else fails, to throw in the path of your pursuers, is a really good heads-up play.
Yeah, no, that's just so smart. But the Echo, it's mobile enough to do so, right? And imagine now when you have, personally, I mean, you could probably test this as well, Moxie. You talked about this, I believe, off broadcast, where the best characters to play with kind of are those incredibly mobile, not only horizontally, but vertically, right? You have to, it feels really good when you have a Pharah or an Echo that is just constantly moving around the map and you can keep teleporting to as a Kiriko, right?
Yeah, like, that's the thing. Kiriko and Pharah, we haven't really got to see it today, but it's definitely one of those really strong picks, because Kiriko, obviously, with that Swift Step, like, you have that ability to be able to instantly teleport away from any sort of pressure that's being put upon you. I like to really just teleport towards either Pharah's or Echoes, as you pointed out, because you have that full time. to be able to wait for your Suzu to come online, to have your Swift Step come back online as well. If that Pharah is up in the sky, you only really have a good 3 seconds on the ground where you're vulnerable to actually wait for that Swift Step to come back online, and you're out for good, as well as having that Suzu, like having that time frame and being just a little bit harder to be able to track in terms of movement and hit scans potentially picking you up is really valuable for the Kiriko, but that also really addresses one of the Pharah's weaknesses, which is when we hit barrage, we actually in the esports industry, it's referred to as the reset button. Everyone acknowledges when you as a Pharah hit that ultimate, it's not a matter of how many people you take down, it's a matter of how many people you take down before you yourself go down, because you are so vulnerable to so many things. Javelin throw from Orisa can cancel it out, Anna Sleep can cancel it out. Without that movement of the Pharah being really difficult for hitscan to really try and track as well, any Widowmaker, Cass, Ashe can just immediately zap you out of the sky. If you have that Suzu, you get that 1 second die frame. It blocks the sleep, it blocks the javelin, it blocks any sort of damage that the Pharah could potentially take, and allows you to actually have that time to be able to get the barrage to connect onto those really important squishy targets.
Right, and that's why Kiriko is so good. His Suzu has been such a menace in society, right? You just can continually pump out those cleanses, continue to pump out the Suzus, and Kiriko itself is such a great character, and that's not even bearing in mind the fact that the ultimate is really the big part about Kiriko's kit that everybody's been loving, right? Once you pop that Kiriko ultimate, you have 50% faster abilities, right? And faster attack speed as well. So continually, while you're in the Kiriko line, which is like a runway, you can just sit in it, and you can just keep popping. If you're Zarya, bubbles. If you're Kiriko, your cleanses. If you're Zenyatta, you can pump out your orbs. If you're Genji, you can slash faster. It's all these things that kind of add up and make this ultimate one of the best in the game. A lot of people think it is the best ultimate in the game right now, Moxie. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, I would 100% honestly agree, because it means you can win a fight off of just one ultimate. And a lot of the time, if you look at sort of like Overwatch 1, we had things like the Wombo combo where you had the Graviton and Dragon coming on through from the Hanzo, or you had the Nano Blade coming on out. Way back when we used to have Reaper being viable, you would have the Nano Boost onto the Reaper, which we called the Beyblade. But at the moment, all you need is one well-placed Kitsune Rush, and you're going to be able to take that fight. And yes, it has some direct counters. The fact that if you run into any terrain that is taller than Kiriko's own hitbox, it does actually get cancelled short. You can also use the Mei Wall to be able to cancel it out. So the Mei Wall comes up, and no matter where the Kitsune Rush runs into it, it doesn't actually block past that wall, which can be really, really useful until you learn the fact that it does it with ally Meis too. So by far the most frustrating thing and worrying thing whenever I lock Kiriko in my quick plays or ranked is seeing a Mei. My team, I'm like sliding a little bit further down my seat, being like, please, time
know what
your
you're doing.
walls. Yes, we are gonna have that reset coming on through. Moonlight getting a little bit of an advantage given the fact that we have had that reset. Tink does have a better grasp knowing what heroes are going to be invading that Ashe's space. Not going to be trying to run that Widowmaker, going straight for that Ashe, straight for the coach gun to be able to displace that dive.
All right, and Fizzily on the backside looking for the hack on the Lucio once more, but Crescent already finds Dinny. So now that was the main damage there for Icon. Previously, that managed to actually get into the backline and deal a lot of damage. Now Olios actually gets Stink Kush as well on the other side. And now Crescent, with that displacement worm, they can just keep popping in damage, knowing that Icon has to dive in at some point.
Yeah, this is the real tough thing as well. Like, that dive needs to try to posture on through, but having both Crescent and Tink being there on that Sojourn and the Ashe, you have so much space control, as well as the fact that that D.Va can just boost into the Winston and make sure that the dive isn't able to find the space that the Winston needs.
Yeah, Parisa tries to dive for the high ground. Now going to drop down lower towards the health pack. The D.Va's actually the one to meet the Sombra over here, but Dinny is the actually first person to find the pick in the game. Tink goes down. Parisa doesn't hit the jump, and Dinny pushing the cart the entire time is dealing a lot of damage to this D.Va, and they've been pumping in so much on this Echo. It's been making Echo look like a crazy character, way better than a lot of other people would make it look, but at the same time, Denny needs some heals on the inside. Can't really sustain by themselves as the D.Va gets its mech back on the other side. Crescent does get Dank Kush on the other side as NEMP does take down the Lucio of Moonlit at the other side. So now it's a 1-for-1 trade. Icons are the one pushing forward. They have the Coalescence. Moonlit is all low, and now the coal is popped. They can continue to push forward, and it's looking like a repeat as from before, but this time it is the other side of NEMP, the one with the Coalescence, and Denny's there to follow through. Bob does come from Tink. Was a little bit late, maybe not completely necessary, as Icon capture out this first point.
Yeah, Icon going to be able to take that first point with snowball potential into that second phase as well. The problem for Icon is that they're running the Lucio and the Moira, both of which aren't really going to be able to dive with the Winston, which is why we're actually seeing Parisa not staying on that high ground, just going for a little bit of pressure, forcing Moonlit off it so that they walk into where the rest of the team are, playing it very smart, knowing that you don't have that long-lasting sustain be able to keep the Winston in that frontline brawl, as we are actually going to be seeing a duplication coming on through for Denny on that Echo, opting for the copy onto that D.Va, punching the fact that without a shield, Moonlight aren't going to be able to sustain through the bomb.
Oh! The slam with the copy, Moxie. Did you see that? He copied the D.Va, lost mech, then actually got the mech back and actually slam killed the Lucio. What an intelligent play. But Crescent on the other side gets Dank Kush, so the play might have been entirely negated off the back of this Coalescence as well. As Moonlit, they're steadily in the driver's seat. Icon, they're sure to go for a fast reset and ult contest next play, right?
Yeah, it's a nice hack onto the D.Va for Moonlit, but it doesn't cancel out the Coalescence, which is the thing that tips that skills back into the favor of this defensive team. Icon, however, not going to be feeling too unhappy about how that push went. They got so much distance on the payload. They're coming into this next one with the Primal Rage EMP and Sound Barrier, as opposed to Moonlit, who are so far away from that EMP, they're not going to be able to cancel out that overhealing that the Lucio is going to be able to provide for the rest of the team, and instead they're going to be relying on Crescent on that Sojourn, sniping out one of these players before the fight starts.
Lucio hacked though on the other side of Moonlit. On the same time, Icon, they have that Primal Rage ready to go, but they can't find somebody to die. But Denny's actually the one to find Crescent early on. Now that D.Va Bomb is popped, and Parisa knows he can kill the baby D.Va in the backside, but the heals were there, so he's nice and healthy, and Dank Kush dying to the D.Va Bomb on the other side. NEMP did take down the Lucio of Moonlit at the same time. The hack comes out onto Oleosis on the front line, and in the meantime, the EMP hits from Tink. It's huge, but the fall through damage isn't there, and Denny finds him with the bombs of Echo, but Crescent finds Denny on the other side. So now you're down your Echo. Icon is well aware that that's been a lot of their main damage. Do they reset without it? It doesn't look like they are, but nope, now they do. They realize they have to back up and wait for their primary damage to come back. As long as they don't get picked off, it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, however, we are going to have Crescent on the Sojourn so ramped up in terms of that railgun fire. And Parisa does not want to use that Winston bubble before the fight begins. You have to go for that dive in and use the bubble to be able to keep your position. But the hack comes onto the Winston, denying the dive and setting Moonlit and Crescent up to be able to hit the overclock in time.
With a slide from Crescent, he hit the wall, or they hit the wall, so they couldn't actually escape. Tink got in the EMP on the other side, so that's a 1-for-1 trade. Denny has the Echo copy for this fight as well, but unfortunately for Icon, NEMP isn't here in this fight, so can't coalesce. The hack comes through onto them, so they can't copy fast enough. But Denny does get the copy onto the D.Va, goes into the backline, but loses their mech fast because the copy has a little bit less HP than the original character, 300 max, and now Crescent has the overclock, looking for the Winston, can't find the damage just yet because he came back with Coalescence, but Denny again, D.Va Bomb trades back. Parisa goes down, but the Lucio Moonlit falls, and that's with the beat drop. So now they don't have the beat drop, but Dank Kush still has theirs. So it's a matter of time before they pop that beat drop. There's no EMP on the other side, so they can't counter Dank Kush's beat drop on the other side, but the EMP came out from Fizzly on the side of Icon. 48 seconds left. The beat drop is now here, however, from Moonlit. The EMP's not there to counter it, and Icon, they still have theirs. But there's no kills. There's no fall through damage of the side of Moonlit. The EMP is available, but they can't use it just yet. The beat drop is available, but it got hacked. So now the hack comes through with the EMP. Unfortunately for Icon, they lose all of that beat drop health, but they're all still healthy, and the Coalescence is being built the entire time for Moonlit. Symphony, he could build the last second, but they don't have their Lucio. Now they pop the Coalescence on the payload. Oleosis did get Parisa on the other side, so they lost their mech, but in the meantime, Crescent finds Thank Kush, and without your D.Va on the other side, Icon, can they capture out with 7 seconds left? No, you cannot! Versus Oleus with a massive D.Va bomb. They got 2 in that one fight and a slam at the end, and Icon will not cap out on Dorado.
Oh, Moonlit. The entirety of that last fight is just Sombras and Lucio's playing footsie with ultimates. Every single Sombra just waits for sound barrier, and that is really the start of the problem for Icon. They pop the EMP before Moonlit's Lucio comes back, because they think with that ramped up damage that the Sombra is able to find that 40% increase. They'll be able to win it before the Lucio respawns, and so the sound barrier should not be a problem. Unfortunately for them, the EMP comes through. They don't win the fight. Worse for them, they drop a sound barrier of their own, and the counter EMP rips all of the extra health. And it's Symphony coming in with that Coalescence, allowing Oleos on that D.Va to be able to hit that bomb. The fact that Parisa had actually been swapped off of that Winston, forced to go onto the D.Va to be able to contest with the defense matrix and peel that was available for the other side, means that there is no bubble, no shield to be able to block it. Everyone on the side of Icon is out in the open trying to stay on top of that payload, because if any of them step away, that overtime is done. And so many of them get caught in the blast. And now Moonlit have a win condition. They don't need 2 check marks of Dorado. They just need to get so close to that second as Tink moving in on that Widowmaker, shooting through that disruptor shot, trying to play off of the setup from Crescent, using that slow to potentially connect onto one of those squishies, but not finding the pick at the moment.
Parisa is just kind of AFK on the high ground, waiting for something here on this fight, looking to maybe build some ult charges. Tink goes down to 1 HP to the Ashe on the side. The pawns does come through, but Moonlit on that last fight, Oleos with some big D.Va plays, honestly, in general, now in this fight, has to make up for the fact that Icon, they're kind of pushing forward the payload right now. They're already under that arch there, Moxie.
Yeah, and again, it's all of this off of the back of Tink creating space on that Widowmaker. It's such a smart play. Crescent uses that disruptor shot to connect onto all of the squishies set up on that high ground ledge, who were waiting for Moonlit to walk around that corner and be able to actually be vulnerable to everyone just trying to spam damage into them, punishing the fact that when defense matrix breaks, they are going to be extremely vulnerable. They might actually even lose Oleos' mech, so they're not going to be able to contest that high ground, allowing Icon even more control of the tempo of that fight. But unfortunately, they are forced away. The disruptor shot comes through. The Widowmaker tries to find the shot off of the back of it, and sure, you don't find a pick, but what you do is you chase them off of having control of that high ground. So that payload gets to move a lot of distance for virtually free.
Yeah. And it's so hard for them to actually contest that payload as well there. I mean, in general, Moonlit just played it so well, but on this defense rather for them, or no, it is offense for them on the same time, Icon is going to be the ones to actually stop. And Dinny really did a good job playing aggressive off of that Echo. But unfortunately, with all those high grounds, like you mentioned, it's so hard to deal with like an Ashe or, you know, like the Lucios or the D.Va that can't even move around as mobile as an Echo would be, except you have way more health. You have triple the health at the bare minimum and armor. Echo has none of that.
Yeah, and the problem as well that Icon are going to be facing when they get forced into square is that Tink could potentially just flank around the back of them. And very similar to when you have that lack of shielding, it sets things up for that Pharah to be able to come in and get all of that damage to connect onto those squishies. The Widowmaker is going to be forcing that D.Va to turn around. And that's when you lose that defense matrix, your DPS lose the confidence to be able to hold themselves in those aggressive positions and try and pick off the squishies on the other side. And so Tink coming on through and creating all of that disruption, all of that chaos, sets up your Sojourn to be uncontested. Use the D.Va mech, the fact that the defense matrix is going to be dealing with the Widowmaker, not the Sojourn. So you farm that mech to build up the railgun charge, not the overclock. You just need to hit that old fire. And then you throw it onto one of those squishies, you break one of those supports, you've broken the entirety of square defense.
And on top of that, I mean, you have, on the other side, Sombra in the previous rounds where you may not even have to get one shots. All you do is build the EMP or get hacks on the squishies, and you can just pick them off pretty easily. But guys, we're coming back from the tech pause into this series. It's 3 minutes and 30 seconds left. Tink got healed up. On the other side, the sleep dart did come through. And the Widowmaker, Tink on the high ground, looking for those shots. Hits one. Can they find the fall through? No, they can't. They get out-sniped by Anna in that situation, by any MP, and Crescent takes down Fizzly on the other side, who is on main now instead of Sombra, and Crescent on the other side pushing back towards that payload to keep it moving forward, as Parissa is going to lose their mech, lose their life as well. They come forward to this payload. Oleos is still here as well, though, and versus Disruptor Shot, they can't really contest. They do have one person on it. They do have the Moira, but without Dinny, it's going to be hard to continue to push forward because Gallios on the other side as Baby Diva gets an EMP and then slam dunks Fizzly and Dank Kush.
Yeah, so this is one of the buffs that a lot of people probably looked at the patch and went, oh, that's insignificant. Diva actually gets her mech back a lot faster in Overwatch 2. So you really do have to watch out for those remech calls. And unfortunately, Icon gets splatted against the ground as Goliath is able to find that remake. Does actually get burnt out by the dynamite, so isn't actually able to aggressively push for more kills, more stagger potentials. So Icon is going to actually be able to situate Dinny on that Ash up onto that high ground. But here comes Tink with the wraparound of that grapple, using those sites to be able to keep a track of where these supports are going to be lined up and forcing I'm in the MP on that Anna to not be in line of sight to viably keep this composition online.
Fizzly already finds Crescent on the backside. The Bob comes towards this payload, and on the other side, Oleos has to deal with it. So 1 versus 1, Bob versus Diva. The Diva's going to win and out because of HP diff plus heals. The Diva bomb on the ground goes for the Kobe, and it hits Dinny and the Bob earlier on in the fight. Oleos with the slam, going for the flank. They don't know he's coming. Oh, no, they miss it, unfortunately, but it was very, very close. The hack almost came through while they were getting back into the mech, and Parissa on the other side while Oleos was looking for the cutesy slam. Unfortunately doesn't find it, but the EMP was committed from Fizzly to make sure they win this fight on top of the Coalescence. But I'm sure Moonlit are fine with that because they were kind of already losing that fight anyways.
Yeah, they're coming in with an overclock to this next fight as well. We're actually seeing that swap onto that Lucio to just try and break through this choke a little bit faster, so Dinny on that Ash doesn't have that time to be able to try and set these dynamites up and create a lot of ultimate charge. Tink going to be trying to go toe-to-toe with it, seeing that Fizzly and Parissa are now in those hero picks. That does allow them to aggressively push onto this team as they try and get on top of that payload, but Fizzly falls solo, has to translocate away, and that means that unfortunately the Diva has to make up the absence for 2 plays instead of just 1.
Yeah, but Parissa in the meantime does have that Diva Bomb ready to go. The overclock comes through from Crescent. Can it find the value? It's at least creating space for Tink to find the early pick on the Dinny. The Diva Bomb was popped, but unfortunately it's blocked by the payload and can't hit them from underneath it. So Fizzly does find Tink, but Tink trades them out as Oleos gets any MP as well. And Moonlit are building these ultimates in Oleos, Moxie. They've gotten the 2K, and guess what? They've built another Diva Bomb as well.
Oh, that is absolutely the worst thing for Icon to deal with right now. They have to contest this payload. That finish line is right in front of Moonlit. And unfortunately for them, not running a shield tank means that the second that bomb comes through, it is curtains for this team. There's the self-destruct slap bang in front of the payload. Icon have to just walk into the sidelines and then try and recontest after the blast has gone through. It's just going to be Dank on that Moira, trying to stall for the rest of the team to be able to respawn in time. But in the face of the Coalescence, there's nothing you can do. And Moonlit, they take Dorado, they take the series.
Moonlit with a nice 2-1 victory. Congratulations to them. They played it so well. I really love Oleos's playstyle of Diva as the play of the game did come through for them as well. But I'm a big fan of that playstyle because we usually don't see too many Divas just wait to remech as long as that. Like, they always go for the D-bombs and they're like, I'm going to wait extra long to make sure I get this slam dunk kill because, I mean, as you pointed out, Moxie, Diva builds that ult charge. She has a for people that don't really play too much Overwatch, Diva builds her mech back after she uses a Diva bomb or is demeched as a baby form. And she has a whole new ult charge system where she has to rebuild up into that mech. so she can get back into being a tank, because otherwise she's a, what, it was like 150 HP character that has no armor, no health, very easy to kill. So it's pretty risky to do what they were doing, but they actually managed to pull it off and did pretty well.
Yeah, it's really funny as well because like you didn't really used to be able to do that playstyle, especially in Overwatch 2, because when D.Va first actually started getting her remake kills, remember it was an April Fool's patch. It was included that her remake would actually deal damage to everyone who was stuck below them, and players, the community loved it so much that Blizzard listened and put it onto live. And I remember the first week that it was live, people would run Zarya, they would grab, they would purposefully lose their mech as D.Va, and then they would remake on top of the Graviton. And that was, you know, the synergy that we used to have when you could have 2 tanks in Overwatch 1. But since you can't actually pair a Zarya and a D.Va up now, it's really rare that we actually get to see one just single remake kills and double remake kills. That's very rare indeed. Once in a blue lit moon that we get to see. So it's very fitting that Moonlit are actually able to walk away with those double limbs off of the remake. And it created so much space too, because no one wanted to contest that D.Va. It's so hard to really keep a track of how much damage that Bunny Blaster has done, whether or not the remake is going to actually be available, whether or not you want to be close to the D.Va.
Answer probably no, right? It's pretty scary to deal with it. But guys, we'll be going to a short break. When we come back, we will have an interview with Moonlit as well. So we're going to set that up. We'll see you guys in just a bit. You're not going to want this interview and the rest of day number 1 or day 2. everybody, welcome back to the Calling All Heroes Challenger Cup in day number 2 with myself, Dustin, and Moxie. And we're joined by a very special guest here today with one of the winners from Moonlit. So, Alios, what's going on? It's good to have you. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you. Yeah, I was very happy with the way the game went. It's pretty good.
So speaking of pretty good, I know Dustin and I were both very big fans of the Diva remake strategies. Getting to see a double remake kill was definitely one of the highlights of the day. Do you have any tips for Diva players out there on how to be able to pull off those remake splats?
That double one was definitely lucky, because I think I just got my mech there and was just going for a typical remake, and I ended up getting 2. Same with that one at the very end of the round 1. But I did go for it purposely at the very end of round 2 and missed it, sadly. But I would say for tips when it comes to the Diva remakes, just make sure you're in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, well, we noticed you like try to set them up too, like on the Anon Dorado, where it's like you would go all the way around and like wait for last second before you would slam on the Ana, and it's
that was
it's
the
kind
one
of
I
unique.
tried to. That was the one I tried to do, and I messed it up.
Well, it happens, right? If you can't really get perfection every time, right? And specifically for Diva, I mean, how does it feel being the only tank in Overwatch 2 comparing it to Overwatch 1?
It's very different, and I'd say harder because I feel like I have more jobs to do, because I have to fill not only the main tank but I also have to fill the off tank. And yeah, I think it's a lot harder coming from especially me, who is not extremely high ranked. But yeah, one tank is definitely a harder change.
And your match was actually the only one that we saw today going to the full distance of 3 maps. Was there any sort of specific change that you felt when you were able to really come out on top in terms of the map type?
Well, it was hard for us on Busan, and we just could not deal with the Farah, which I guess it wasn't streamed, but we kind of also had a trouble with Farah on Eichenwald. But when it comes down to the map 3, or on Eichenwald, I was able to get a tick because they stepped off the point, and then we were able to full hold. And then on Dorado, I just know Diva's pretty good on Dorado right now, so I picked Diva. Luckily, they went Winston, and I was able to kind of mess with them a little bit with Diva versus the Winston.
Yeah, that's very smart with the pickup or with that, I guess that matchup specifically. But thank you for coming for the interview, Alios. Sorry. Do you have anything you want like to say before we let you go?
Not in particular. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, thank you for coming. I appreciate you, and congratulations again on the win, Moonlit, for taking over Icon. That's a big deal. So congratulations, and thanks for coming.
No problem. Thank you.
That was Alios with the team Moonlit Icon, or Moonlit. So yeah, congratulations to them on day 2 here in the Calling All Heroes Challenger Cup. And Moxie, it's been awesome, but we'll be going to do a short break. When we come back, we'll hit you guys with the standings update before tomorrow, so you're not going to miss it. We'll be right back. When we have that ready, we will be ready to go with the standings update for you. welcome back to the Calling All Heroes Challenger Cup Day 2. And we have brought to you, with myself and Moxie, the standings of thus far in this tournament, Moxie, which today was a pretty crazy day. To see Polaris and Artemis at the top of our standings, that's a surprise.
Yeah, Polaris actually having that little surprise upset on Shikigami on the first match that we got to see today. Shikigami actually taking 2 losses today. Going to still be able to book themselves a spot into tomorrow. All of the top 16 teams going to actually make it past the Swiss stage and move from the first to 2 format to a first to 3 format. Absolutely no surprises. However, that it is Altiora Artemis, entirely undefeated at the moment, 100% win rate for this team moving into tomorrow, that are still on paper the absolute favorites to be able to walk away with the qualifiers for the Calling All Heroes Challenger Cup Stage 1 to make sure they don't have to play again in Stage 2 in November.
And these are all of our teams that will be in the playoffs tomorrow. 4 teams out of these teams will qualify for the finals in December. And Moxie, would you look at this? We have 4 of Alteria's teams in Artemis, Polaris, Nimbus, and Skywards all going to be in the playoffs tomorrow fighting it out. And if the seeding's correct, we will see an Alteria versus Alteria matchup with Skywards versus Artemis tomorrow. I can't wait for that one.
Yeah, Glade as well actually going to be making into those top 16. We got to see just a tiny snapshot of their performance on King's Row, where Damon impressed on that Genji. Hopefully, we get to see them in action again tomorrow so that we can finally get that interview and ask them how exactly it felt to be able to play Genji with a total lack of CC to be able to counter them. But I know for sure that there's going to be some very fun matchups, as there is a very real possibility that Altiora's teams are going to be facing each other coming into tomorrow to see which team is going to be that last person standing and which are going to be able to make it into those top 4 to be able to go for those qualifiers to fight for a $10,000 prize pool in first position in December, as we can have a little look back at the teams that unfortunately were still a part of the tournament but were not able to make it into those top 16 spots, and so will not be able to make it any further.
At least we got to see some of these teams here, give them a little bit of a shout out, because some of the other teams in the upper side, unfortunately for them, were not on broadcast today, but tomorrow they more than likely will be. So it was very awesome to see some of these guys play, especially talk to some of the teams of Team Frog Champs and the Witches Coven and stuff. And honestly, it was a great time to watch over these guys and Moonland Oblivion as well, and see how they would do in this tournament, to see how they would do. But honestly, it was a fantastic day between all of the standings. We could see, everybody in this tournament really came out and represented pretty much exactly what we needed to out of this tournament. It was incredibly fun, Moxie.
Yeah, everything really sort of goes into that story as well of pushing for diversity. We're seeing that a lot of these players are being extremely diverse in terms of the hero picks, as well as when we get to talk to some of these players, we're seeing the impact of some people coming from backgrounds of Rhine mains, Zarya mains, Diva mains, and sort of carrying that through into Overwatch 2, trying to make sure that the heroes that they had all of that experience in are able to slot and really fit and gel with all of the players around them. It's a little bit more of an adaptation game for some of those teams who are coming in on those free agency picks. Remember, you can, if you want to enter into this tournament, opt into being a free agency player, where you will be placed with 4 other players to be able to form a team. And we're seeing those players having a real strong amount of success moving into this tournament. And it's a very much joy to see, as not only do you get so much experience in the Overwatch sphere, but also just getting to talk to other people and build all of that synergy so that you just have fun.
Yeah. No, and that's the entire point of the Challengers Cup. So it's been awesome casting you today, Moxie, guys, and we're going to wrap things up here with the broadcast today, guys. But tomorrow, with day number 3, we have the playoffs for those top 16s that we showed you earlier in the standings. That will be tomorrow at 1 p.m. Pacific time and 4 p.m. EST or Eastern time. So you're not going to miss it. Tomorrow is the playoffs, and we'll bring the energy. We hope you guys do as well. We'll see you tomorrow, and that's day 2 done. Catch you guys later.